keep track all the time. Look at Treasuries, 430 or so on the 10-year, 429.7. And then overnight in Japan, the Nikkei closed at a record high, up 15% now over the last year. Let's check out crypto, which is Bitcoin was down around 115 or so. Ether has had a nice move all the way up to 4,200. Let's get to Frank Holland. Let's look at this morning's movers in the pre-market. Hey, Frank.
Hey, good morning, Joe, Becky, and Andrew. We're going to start off with shares of drug maker Novo Nordisk. You can see right here they're popping this morning, up about 5 1/3% after the company's Wegovy obesity drug received accelerated approval from the FDA to treat a very serious liver disease. Now, this approval, it makes Wegovy the first GLP-1 treatment to be authorized to treat a liver condition that affects an estimated 5% of U.S. adults. Right now, you see shares are up about 5 1/4. Year to date, though, you see they pulled back about 45%. All right, moving on. Software company Dayforce seeing a strong pre-market bump on a Bloomberg report of a possible takeover from private equity firm Thoma Bravo. You can see shares are up about 28, almost 0.5% right now. It was the leading stock in the S&P earlier today. I believe it probably still is. So this deal could reportedly land in the $8 to $9 billion range for the AI-driven HR platform. Dayforce shares, they're well off their COVID-era highs, and it's underperformed its other peers in the space. But right now, you're seeing a huge pop right now, up about 28.5% over here. You see the COVID highs down significantly from there over the last 5 years, pulling back about 5.5%. Last but not least, Duolingo shares are on the rise after dueling analyst calls. Citi's initiating coverage of the language learning company, saying it sees generative AI as a positive for the company. KeyBank's also upgrading the stock to overweight, also arguing that AI innovations are more likely to help than hurt. Shares of Duolingo right now, they're up about 2 3/4% year to date after a big pop early this year, just up about 3.5%. Back over to you.
Not to be confused with Dua Lipa, which I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't even, who's that? I know it's a singer.
Person, I don't know.
Yeah, what kind of music?
I'm so out of it with current pop like music and stuff.
So we got to get you a
singer,
Spotify.
right?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, she is. Could I tell you something and be helpful instead of, dismissive?
We got to go. Coming up, it is back to school time for many colleges across the nation. The Anti-Defamation League urging institutions to better address anti-Semitism on campus. This, though, as more and more protests emerge. We're going to talk about what's going on. The ADL's CEO and National Director, Jonathan Greenblatt, is going to tell us about a new letter going to universities today amid all of this. And then later, the always bullish Jeremy Siegel is going to join us as central bankers get ready to make the pilgrimage to Jackson Hole. We'll see how bullish or not he is.
He hasn't been.
Squawk Box coming right back.
Wrong.
Like a breeze out the water, something to guide me through. And now, as a feather,
Live ambitiously.
It starts from the first phone call. Most of the time, you're going to talk to Jean Burkett, a 30-year partner. You're not going to talk to some employee that just got put on the phones that day.
There are things that are so crucial, especially if it's a cataclysmic event, to have our experts get out and look at the vehicle, witness statements, photos, the whole thing.
Call Frankel first.
Chosen by the people, feared by the insurance companies. Call Frankel first.
Travel can be a nightmare. Luckily, you rented your car on Turo. Skip the rental counter with Turo. Rent just about any car, just about anywhere.
Want to glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. A major strike in Israel yesterday, bringing the country to a halt. Protesters marching against the government in support of a deal with Hamas that would free remaining hostages held for almost 2 years. On Saturday, New York City saw its largest protest against Israel action against Hamas in Gaza in months. And new and returning college students now arriving on campuses across the nation as all of this is happening. Jonathan Greenblatt, the CEO and National Director of ADL, sending a letter urging universities to better address anti-Semitism. Want to welcome you to the show this morning, but boy, is this a unique and complicated moment, given these protests, given this sort of issue about the way the government of Israel is acting or behaving and some of the tragedies taking place in Gaza right now, and the confluence of anti-Semitism. How do you think about that right now?
Look, I think the complicated is the right word for it. I think all of us on all sides sort of bemoan the tragedy in Gaza, right? It is painful to see these pictures of people, clamoring for aid and in such desperate need. And at the same time, it is painful to see protesters here in this country putting all the blame on the Jewish state for a war that Hamas started. And there's anxieties to go back.
My question to you, as a Jew, especially now, where do you believe anti-Semitism starts and stops? And the reason I ask, in the context of, are the folks that are protesting what Israel is doing right now, do you think that they are unto themselves anti-Semitic? Is that protest anti-Semitic?
Look, I've got to say, it's a fair question and kind of an amazing one, because I know I've said, and many people have said over and over and over again, protesting Israel isn't anti-Semitic. The hundreds of thousands of people in Tel Aviv and Haifa and Jerusalem, they're not anti-Semitic. But if the only country that you think has any responsibility for the situation is Israel, if you parade signs around that claim Israel is a Nazi state, if you make wild claims that, like Bella Hadid's father, Mohammed Hadid, did over the weekend, that he wants to destroy the state of Israel, that crosses a line. I mean, literally, I just can't understand, Andrew. I care about children in Gaza, too. But why was not a single sign yesterday or over the weekend saying they care about Israeli children? Why isn't there a single person at these protests saying, Qatar, lean on Hamas? The one-sidedness of this is just astonishing, and it makes people like me, people who care deeply about all human beings, wonder, is there something else going on when you only blame one side?
Here's the thing that I worry about. I worry. I agree with you, by the way. Why is Israel the only one being blamed? 100%. Unfortunately, it seems to be the reality of the way the world seems to look at this. And maybe that unto itself is anti-Semitic. I don't know. But my question to you is how you feel about some of the actions of Israel right now, and whether you think that whatever is happening here, from just a very practical perspective, is almost creating a new sense of anti-Semitism that is and almost growing that feeling among others. That's what that's what scares me.
Well, look, I'll tell you what. I think
even if you 100% agree with what Israel is doing, in some ways, it may have this counter effect that I'm now increasingly worried about.
Look, Hamas staging a war while hiding behind civilians, Hamas holding hostages, which is their only point of leverage, creates almost an impossible riddle
I agree
for
with you.
Israel to
but
solve.
Then the question is, what's the right answer?
So the question is, like, why is it that Jewish people in this country get blamed for what a nation on the other side of the world is doing constantly? Like, a couple weeks ago, we had an individual show up at a synagogue in San Antonio with a knife, yelling at the people who came out of services, F all you Jews, go back to your country. We had a Jewish man assaulted in broad daylight in San Francisco.
I get that on Twitter.
Okay, but like you're a bit of a public figure.
I'm saying it's happening all over the place.
And it's wrong. And like, again, no one goes to, you guys were talking about the summit that happened over the weekend. Find me one example of people going to a Russian Orthodox church and screaming at the parishioners about what Putin is doing. Like, it just doesn't happen. The idea that somehow all Jews should be targeted is deeply, deeply wrong.
People, when you had bombings that were taking place in the London.
I grew up in a town with lots of Irish Catholics. Yeah. I can't remember once that happening, even in the height of what the IRA was doing. Right. And so now we flash forward to here in New York. We have a mayoral candidate.
Well, that's where I want to go with this next.
Sure.
So what do you make of this mayoral candidate who likely, the rate things are going, is going to become the mayor of this city?
Yeah.
And the fact that he, was asked, as you know, 3 times repeatedly, do you condemn the phrase globalize the Intifada? And for whatever reason, almost inexplicably, unless you believe he's an anti-Semite, which you might.
Let's just make sure all the viewers know the Intifada was a violent uprising in the Palestinian territories where they murdered over 1,000 people simply because they were Jewish. Bus bombings, stabbings, shootings, etc. So that being said, why won't he condemn globalize the Intifada? Because he believes it. I mean, I think we have to take people at their word. Look, in the last several months...
That'll make it even more complicated. We had Hakeem Jeffries on last week.
Yeah.
Okay, we talked about this, and we talked about it in the context of those comments.
What did Minority Leader Jeffries say?
He almost couldn't condemn him either in that regard, because what's going to happen is if he wins, people who even disagree with him on things like this will think that they have to agree with him.
Look, whether you agree with President Trump or a would-be Mayor Mamdani, we have to deal with elected leaders as they are. But I think there are questions we should ask right now. Like, this candidate has visited churches and mosques, not a single synagogue. This candidate has gone to Harlem to meet the black community, Washington Heights to meet the Latino community, Chinatown to meet the Asian American community.
And
not once to a Jewish neighborhood.
The last poll I saw, something like 32 or 33% of Jewish Americans in New York were supporting.
Fairly respectfully, Becky, like, I don't believe the polls, because I know something about this candidate. He hasn't been to any of the mainstream Jewish institutions. It would appear, I mean, I haven't heard from him. I don't think the heads of most of the major Jewish groups have.
I mean, forget the polls. How many voted for him in the Democratic primary?
I mean, relatively speaking, we know that the way that worked out was actually a pretty low number. But the question is, why he went to meet Reverend Sharpton in Harlem. Why hasn't he met any mainstream Jewish leaders in a public forum where his views can be aired? I think we know why, because I think he was a Student for Justice in Palestine organizer who proposed legislation in Albany to restrict the ability of Jews to donate, or anyone to donate to Israeli organizations.
It's a family-wide thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at something, mother, father, and wife.
Here's another poll that says 67%.
Mother,
I don't buy any of these polls.
On record with stuff that you would not like.
I'm not so I don't know so much about his parents to speak about that. All I know is that whoever you vote for, I think it's reasonable for Jews like all New York to say, are we going to feel protected? Are you not going to appoint radicals?
Should believe people.
Have you called him?
When they say
Have I called him?
Have you called
I haven't called any of the candidates.
Would you call him?
Would I call? I haven't called any of the candidates. The better question would be, would I meet with him? And I would only meet with this person under clear circumstances. I won't be used by Mamdani. And it's amazing to me the other Jewish leaders who are willing to do that. Make it public, be accountable. Under those conditions, I'd meet with anybody.
Do you think he's an anti-Semite, straight up?
I don't know what's in his heart, but I know the things he continues to say, the places that he doesn't go. Again, can you imagine a candidate for the mayor of New York? You visit churches, You visit mosques. You do your campaigning in Urdu and Hindi and Cantonese Mandarin. Not once in Yiddish. Not one visit to a synagogue. Not one stop at like the West Side JCC.
Order submitted.
Why?
Order
What
canceled.
is that candidate
Order filled.
afraid of? Now look,
Order
I'm not
submitted.
nonpartisan. All the candidates should show up, but this guy has real questions.
Order
that
filled.
he refuses
Order submitted.
to answer. It's reasonable for people to say, why is that?
Let me ask you a different question. Universities.
Yeah.
So Harvard, getting close apparently to some kind of deal with the administration.
So they're saying, yeah.
Or so they're saying.
Yeah.
Are you happy about that deal? Is $500 million the right number? Does that make you feel good? Does that make you feel bad? Do you think this is a shakedown? Do you think, what is this deal?
Look, the reality is the anti-Semitism on these campuses has been like a tsunami. And we could not get in previous years, the administrators to end it. The Trump administration has leaned in ways that have been constructive. Groups like ADL with our report card have leaned in ways that have been constructive. And now they're changing. I worry about overreach. We've talked about it on this show. But I want to see change. And my hope would be they work out a deal where these schools, you know, they sort of like remediate the rot inside these institutions and make it safer for Jews and all students.
Do you have any sense that they're actually going to do that?
Look, you know what I would do right away? I would stop the Qatari money. I would say no more dark philanthropy from foreign donors. That would be a place
Do you genuinely believe that the dark money, if you will, the Qatari money, is impacting things on these campuses?
There's no question. Like, the reality is, if you look at, I'm a Northwestern alum. Northwestern has a campus in Doha. That makes it hard for the president of Northwestern to criticize Qatar. Like, you guys have sponsors that make it more complicated in some ways to call them out. And when you do,
honestly,
you have to recuse.
We don't.
Well, you're a journalistic institution.
Our deal is we're supposed to call them out no matter what. And
But
I
like
think
for
we do.
academic institutions, I think it's much more complicated. And yeah, I mean, the reality is all this money that doesn't get checked, that they don't make transparent, creates conflicts of interest. I would say no more foreign money in these institutions.
Jonathan, thank you. It's a complicated one.
Hard. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. All right, when we come back, OpenAI's valuation continues to soar. We're going to tell you about the latest eye-popping numbers. And as we head to a break right now, take a look at some of the mega-cap tech stocks across the board. Alphabet, yeah, you see all of these shares right now. Mixed results today, but they have been climbing pretty steadily higher for the most part. Squawk Box will be back in just a moment.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for a weekend away, Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
When your home needs work, where do you go?
Angie.
Angie?
That's where Angie came in.
With Angie, find top-rated pros in your area, plus compare quotes and pricing to help you get all your jobs done well. Find top-rated pros in your area at Angie.com.
The evolution continues.
Introducing the all-new Odeon. Peter Millar.
Leo! Ever since we introduced him to the farmer's dog, it's changed his quality of life.
Leo's number 2s are really getting better.
Better poo, better you.
That's a good boy, Leo.
Breaking earnings news. Home Depot, Toll Brothers, Target, Walmart. Market reaction. Expert analysis. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Order filled.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. OpenAI preparing to sell about $6 billion worth of stock as part of a secondary sale. It would value the company at roughly $500 billion. Now, a source familiar with those negotiations telling CNBC the shares would be sold by current and former employees to investors, including SoftBank, Dragoneer Investment Group, and Thrive Capital. All three firms are existing investors in OpenAI, and Thrive Capital could lead that round. OpenAI announced a $40 billion funding round in March at a $300 billion valuation. That was pre-money, so really $260. Earlier this month, the company is securing more than $8 billion in fresh capital tied to that funding round, which we talked about on the air at the time.
And Foxconn will operate a U.S. factory owned by SoftBank in what could be the first manufacturing site in that Stargate venture. The AI server production plant is part of a joint venture with SoftBank, OpenAI, and Oracle. SoftBank is buying the former GM electric vehicle plant from Foxconn and will supply manufacturing gear. Foxconn's going to be continuing to run the operations there.
Coming up, what investors need to know about the upcoming earnings season from the big box retailers. We're going to have a preview in just a couple of minutes. And check out the price of crude, up slightly today. You can take a look, WTI at $63.07 if you want to buy it by the barrel, but down nearly 18% over the last year. Squawk Box returning after this.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
Consumer Cellular is lowering the price for those 50 and up. Get 2 unlimited lines for $30 each. That's just $60 a month. So switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage satisfaction. Now new customers get your second month free when you switch.
This is Jess, Peloton instructor, educator, game changer. She needs her money to work as hard as she does. That's why she uses U.S. Bank Smartly Checking and Savings, which does exactly that, helping her track her spending and grow her money. Together, we'll achieve more than any of us could alone. You got this, Jess.
We got this.
That's the power of Jess, and this is the power of us.
Get exclusive reporting and data on high net worth investors.
Today's wealthy invest differently. It's not just about stocks and bonds, but also real estate, classic cars, and fine art.
Get the weekly newsletter at cnbc.com/insidewealth.
For your phone, with Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
You can't just sell in one place at once anymore. You gotta sell in all the places. Combine and conquer with Shopify. You get the best converting checkout on the planet. You get a point of sale squad that's always on point. And you'll be unstoppable when every post is shoppable. Cha-ching indeed. So if your business is in it to win it, win with Shopify.
All right, coming up, Jeremy Siegel, Professor Emeritus of Finance at Wharton, is going to join us for his expectations for interest rates heading into the fall and why he thinks the Fed is misguided, watching the wrong thing. And as we head to break, check out the early S&P 500 winners and losers. Squawk Box returns in just a moment.
I never considered myself an alcoholic, but drinking affected my job, health, and relationships. A powerful medication helped me take back control. Now I no longer feel the urge to drink, and the same pill that helped me could help you. Text TV to 710-710.
Order filled.
Order
Do you
filled.
want to know where to invest Order submitted. $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. So do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this, I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen, now.
Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely on, and one place to manage it all. Whatever the stage, businesses that grow with Shopify.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Joining us now, Jeremy Siegel, Chief Economist at Wisdom Tree and Professor Emeritus of Finance at University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business. Good to see you, Jeremy. We have had guys like Kevin Warsh will mention tariff inflation. He'll say tariffs aren't what causes inflation. Never has been, never will be. Inflation is caused by an out-of-control money supply or too much stimulus in a supply constraint.
Order canceled. Order
filled. In your view and what you're saying here, they're taxes, tariffs. Taxes are consumption tax actually can cause growth to slow, which just adds to the concerns about the other side of the mandate, and that is a full labor force.
Yeah. You said it very well, Joe. I mean, it's a tax, and I know of no good economic model that says, you know, when a government imposes a tax, they should tighten monetary policy. I mean, whether the flow through of inflation from tariffs is 20%, 40, 60, or 80 is really beside the point. I mean, I do think there's going to be a point, maybe a 1.5 bump in the CPI. It's going to be a one-time, but that doesn't mean the Fed should tighten for that. That does not call for a tightening. I mean, the money supply is increasing actually slower than it should. There's no other signs of of inflation going on. So I think this whole idea, do we see the tariffs in the data? Everyone's saying, do we see it yet? Like, if we see it, the Fed should tighten is really just totally barking up the wrong tree and beside the point. And this idea about going into inflationary expectations is just also, I think, extremely misguided. You know, with all the mainstream media hysteria that hit in April and May, you know, we really had the one-year inflation expectations at 7.1% that I saw at the University of Michigan. I said, where did that come from? I said, not even the most pessimistic economists predicted that. And now it's coming down because people say, yeah, that was crazy. But what did that do to the market? Did that cause inflation? Did that cause anything bad? So this idea that it's filtering into expectations that's harming the economy is just not present in the data. My feeling is, you know, earlier on, you were talking about how important this meeting is on Jackson Hole. This is by far Jay Powell's most important talk at Jackson Hole. And in my opinion, if he just says, oh, we're going to wait and see, we have data on both sides, I think the market's going to take it very badly. I think that they really want him to say the data is telling us we really should begin our cutting process.
Maybe we don't have stag or inflation. Maybe the Fed should just stand pat. I mean, are you convinced that the labor market is weakening right now? Because if we don't have a stag, if we don't have a slowdown, there might not be any reason to cut. I mean, I could see that. But do you think that those revisions we saw, did that change your viewpoint of, let's say, the last quarter of labor market statistics? Are we like at 30,000 a month or something? Are we that bad?
Well, I know, yeah. I mean, actually, I know I was pretty surprised. Goldman Sachs does some good analysis of what they think is the underlying rate. They actually said that it's down to 30. I don't think it's quite that low, but just the stop of the illegal immigration, most economists say that has cut that, you know, the rate of job growth, you know, from, you know, maybe 250,000 down to 100,000. And maybe it's at a slower rate right now than it would. You would expect that to happen. The first half GDP, you know, was really just a little over 1%. We did have a better second quarter than the first quarter. I think we're going to have some slowdown. This is a consumption tax. This is a tariff tax. It is bringing in revenue. It did allow the big, beautiful bill to lower some other taxes. So there is some stimulus on that other side. We could get some trade off of the deals that are made. Now, you know, as you know, I'm not a tariff fan. I think that if we were going to do a consumption tax, which I'm in favor of, we should have done it much more across the board than we do just on foreign imports. Nonetheless, there is that other side, and very few economists are predicting a recession. A one-time slowdown, a bit of that slowdown, a little bump, but right now, just with this, you know, going down to 100,000 or 50,000, or GDP temporarily 1.5% does call for lower rates. Listen, the short-term rate should be 100 basis points below the 10-year rate. And right now we're at 4.3, 4.25 on the 10-year, and that means we should be moving to the low threes on Fed funds. And that's really going to help Main Street. It's going to help those small firms. We see the Russell 2000 so responsive now to whether there's going to be a cut or not, because it's exactly those small firms that are borrowing short. Not the Mag 7, not the big firms. So you want to stimulate the economy. That's where you start. Lowering that short rate, and I think there's really good cause for us to begin to do that.
August and September historically aren't great. Do you think we're in for a pause here, or
I think there will be a pause if Powell doesn't show flexibility, and then there's going to be You know what Trump's reaction is going to be, and then wow, we could see a lot of fireworks, and really the naming of a Fed chair. Earlier on I said, at this point, if he's too late, and there might be signs he was way too late on the inflation. Boy, I mean, that criticism is going to come in, and his credibility is going to be down. And a shadow chair is a very difficult situation to have. So, in my opinion, the data supports lowering rates, and my feeling is that I hope to hear that Friday morning.
I mean, fighting the last battle is never a good idea, and that's why they're so sensitive about inflation and being, letting the cat, not burying it completely, and because they got so much grief, and maybe rightly so, considering what it did to, real wages and everything else when we got to 40-year highs. But I've learned from betting. Whenever I bet on a team and they just are the worst, and then next time I'm betting, it's like, I remember how bad they were, and I bet on the other team, and then that team always wins, because fighting yesterday's battle, that never works, and I think that's what they're doing right. But I'm not convinced they should do. Things might be where we're not inflationary or heading into a slowdown. That's also a problem. Everybody says stagflation. Maybe we got neither. Maybe things are sort of okay. That's possible.
Yeah, well, I mean, stagflation is a persistent. I mean, in the 1970s, we had unemployment kept on rising. We had inflation of, 8 to 10%.
Yeah,
for nearly
14%
a decade. I mean, that is true stagflation.
We had a misery index, Jeremy, of like over 20.
Yeah.
Remember?
I mean, we are just nowhere now. So, people who say, oh, my God, it's stagflation. If we have, let's say we have a 1.5% one-time bump.
Yeah, exactly.
From this tax, and we have, maybe for 1 year we have a slowdown of GDP from what it could be, 2.5% down to 1%. That's not the biggest disaster in the world. If we open up the rest of our economy, if we look forward to what AI could do to productivity, that is not going to be the major mover going onward. But I think, at this particular point, we are the only major country that has not lowered their rates, and we should be looking beyond any bump on this tariff.
Okay. All right, Professor Siegel, thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Interesting. We're going to hear from the micro when you talk to the retailers and see what they're thinking about it. But the macro is a good way to look at it. Coming up, preview of the upcoming results from what we were just talking about, the big box retailers, and then later, Heyman Capital's Kyle Bass on everything from President Trump's summit with Russian President Putin to today's meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky. I want to ask him about all those Democratic senators all worried about security with these chips going to China. Kyle is a big China hawk. That's at 8:40 a.m. Eastern Time.
Before the 12 driver assist systems, before the 7 passenger seating, the Airmatic adaptive suspension, and the predictive AI technology, it starts with the same simple philosophy: to deliver the world's greatest vehicles. The 7 passenger Mercedes-Benz GLS. Even standing still, it's moving forward.
It's about political points.
For your phone, with Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
We've got a lot of work to do. I'm diving headfirst into cutting-edge science to uncover 3 secrets to living better. It's quite powerful.
Presented by Columbia Sportswear, engineered for whatever.
Everyone's heading to McDonaldland this summer. So come order the McDonaldland meal and try the new Mount McDonaldland shake with one of 6 souvenirs. Ooh.
Welcome back to Squawk Horror Flick. Weapons topping the box office for the 2nd straight weekend. The Kernan family helping those numbers go higher, pulling in $25 million. The Warner Brothers film grossing $89 million domestically, $148 million worldwide. It cost only $38 million to make. Mr. Zaslav will be sending you a thank you note for the 2 tickets you bought.
No, we didn't.
You didn't even pay for them?
Well, Scotty worked.
Scotty.
Oh, gets a deal.
You know what the entire thing? No, I'm not going to talk because even the refreshments are 50% off too. I mean, I got
you got a deal. Look at you.
Yeah.
Look at you.
And it matters. It's how sick it is that it
for Warner Brothers, it's another box office winner this year following a Minecraft movie, which has now grossed, ready for this, close to $1 billion, $950 million worldwide so far. Sinners, the latest Final Destination sequel, and Superman, checkout shares of Warner Brothers, they're up 60% in the last year, so that's a nice move for that company.
You liked Ozark, right?
Ozark?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
which was on Netflix.
It's the actress is the star of Weapons. You know, the actress. And Josh Brolin.
I like that.
Josh, and Amy Madigan, who is, let's see.
Field of Dreams. She's
Yes, yes. She's amazing. And it's scary, 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 so scary.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. That's we age.
All right, when we come back, I just meant women.
Yeah.
When we come back,
Glad
retail
you said
earnings
that.
week. Big box names getting ready to report, and we're going to take a look at how accounting methods around tariffs could skew the results. Plus, a snapshot of the industry with former BVH chairman and CEO Manny Chirico. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
At PGIM, our ETFs use today's best ideas to help bring tomorrow's goals within reach. Our broad suite of over 50 low-cost ETFs is backed by 150 years of active management expertise. Explore PGIM ETFs today.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. 2 guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. Wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
CIDP is no walk in the park.
That's true.
But I take VivGuard Hytrulo self-injection.
Same. It's the first major innovation in CIDP treatment in over 30 years.
And while I still have CIDP, I have a chance to live vividly. VivGuard Hytrulo has been proven to significantly reduce the risk of symptoms getting worse.
And I can treat my CIDP with a once-weekly injection in about 30 seconds.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. The most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
I'm hitting fairways with the fellas.
I'm hitting the road with my number one. That's how we live vividly with Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo for self-injection.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content. So I can let the world know if your goggles ain't Goggins, they don't belong on your noggins.
Every day, I'm checking the markets throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Easter and streaming on CNBC+.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. A big week for big retail earnings. We're going to get Home Depot results. We get that tomorrow. Target and Lowe's coming up on Wednesday. And then we're going to hear from Walmart on Thursday. So we're going to really maybe get the first read also on inflation to some degree and whether they're going to be raising prices. I think that's probably going to be the biggest single sort of unlock we may get from some of these statements, even if it's not in the earnings themselves, but what we hear later. Possible to see some of the impacts on the tariff numbers. And the one and only Courtney Reagan here to show us how that could influence margins based on what accounting methods each company is using. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Andrew. So Walmart has said tariffs could make its margins look better than they actually are because of its accounting method. Let me explain why. So retailers use two different methods of accounting. Cost accounting, which uses the actual cost of every item, and the retail method of accounting, or RIM, which uses an average cost to price ratio. So PwC estimates about a quarter of retailers use RIM, including the aforementioned Walmart, Target, Home Depot, and Dollar Tree. So in the short term, using RIM, while costs increase from tariffs, could overstate profitability for retailers because it takes several quarters for the cost volatility to average out. In fact, the more costs that a retailer absorbs, you see cost gets bigger here, the more that profitability in the quarter could be overstated because that ratio gets higher. So here's a simplified example, thanks to help from PwC. So our base case uses 3 different t-shirts from 3 different countries. Each have a different cost, they have a different retail price, and then they're bought and sold at different quantities by the retailer and ultimately the consumer. So the gross margin here, using weighted cost average accounting, is about 46%, and then 53% using RIM. So it's already different. Now, if the only thing that changes is that the retailer's cost for each of those t-shirts goes up because of the result of the tariff rate, and all else stays the same, so you can see the cost is now higher here, gross margin falls. So in our example, it falls to 30% in cost accounting and 39% in RIM. So you see that differential is actually getting bigger. Now, if the retailer passes on the full dollar value of that tariff cost into the retail price, you can see here prices have now gone up, but the units bought and sold stay the same. What happens to gross margin? Well, yeah, it improves for both to 36% for cost accounting, 47% in RIM in our example, both below that base case for tariffs. But again, look at the differential. It's actually getting even bigger. Now, if the retailer buys the same amount at the higher tariff cost, passes on the full dollar value in prices like our last example, but then ultimately sells fewer items to consumers at that higher price, gross margin falls
Order
in
canceled.
cost accounting to
Order
the lowest
submitted.
level yet, 27% in our example. But it stays the same for RIM, even with fewer units sold, because the ratio of that cost of goods sold to profit margin hasn't had time to adjust. Andrew?
Okay. How much do you think you're actually going to hear from all these retailers? Maybe not in the previous numbers, but given the politics of actually saying aloud, we plan on raising prices, how much do you think they'll actually say it directly?
So I think what we've been told from the different accounting firms that we spoke to, if the retail method of accounting does largely impact or materially impact their results, retailers are going to have to describe that. They're going to have to somewhat explain that in the results, because it could be, if that's the case, that profit margins look temporarily inflated, but then over time could fall. In fact, they could fall really sharply before then they ultimately average out. So we could take 2 to 4 quarters. So I think it just depends to the rate at which we're going to see. Now, what's interesting is that, of course, we did not see tariffs go up to, say, that 145%. There was a possibility, we thought, with China. Yes, tariffs did increase during some point in the quarter, but maybe not to the degree that was feared when a retailer like Walmart first started warning and talking about this. So it may not be as drastic, but it may be there a little bit. So I think we just need to keep that in mind when we're looking at the different retail profit margins this quarter and then the next several.
Okay. Courtney, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, joining us right now with more
Order
on the
filled.
retail sector is Manny Chirico,
Order filled.
managing partner, BCI Brands chairman, and former PVH chair and CEO. Manny, first of all, thanks for being here. Why don't you break this all down from us? For us, what are you going to be looking for from these earnings results? How much do you think we'll see on the tariffs front? How much do you think we'll see about the strength of the consumer?
I think business has been good through the second quarter. It's actually gotten better as the quarter got on, and back to school is off to a strong start. I expect second quarter earnings to be good pretty much across the board. I'm sure there'll be a few exceptions for underperformers, but but I do expect the guidance for the second half to be muted and conservative.
Why?
I think well, because of the tariffs. I think we're looking at especially in the soft good retailer, footwear, apparel, accessories, what you're going to be seeing going forward is tariffs averaging somewhere between 20 and 25%. And that is a cost that the retailer is going to have to deal with. I think that the wholesale companies, the manufacturers overseas, the importers, are eating about half of that in this next 6 months, a combination of the retailer themselves and the manufacturer overseas. So I think you'll start to see prices increase anywhere from 5 to 10% in the back to school season and particularly in the holiday season. And then I expect that to continue with price increase in the first half of next year as those prices all start to roll their way through to the consumer. There's not a big enough profit margin for everyone to hold on and eat those tariff costs going forward.
You know, I think a lot of people assume that we will see in the most recent reports the impact of the tariffs, but there is this issue of how much was pulled forward, how much they brought in ahead of time, how much they've been able to dodge some of them, and with the tariffs maybe not fully kicking in to some of these goods. I mean, this is the big question with Jay Powell, the chairman of the Fed. Will we see inflation at this point, or you think it's really just something that's slowly starting to wind in right now with back to school?
I don't think you're going to see inflation significantly in the retailers' margins in the second quarter. I think you're going to see the guidance where they start to talk about cost pressure and raising prices. And then the whole question about is how the consumer reacts to that. You know, I think you'll look, the big box retailers, I think, have the scale and a much more diverse basket that they can manage it pretty consistently. Specialty retailers and department stores, all soft goods, they're looking at tariff increases and that those payments are due immediately on entry into the country. It's a seasonal business, so through July, minimal goods have come through with real tariff impact on them. But starting August and beyond, back to school, you're going to start to see the margin pressure. And as we get into the fourth quarter, you should really start to see the margin pressure. And I think you're going to see ticket prices across the board up anywhere from 5 to 10%. And what you'll see is planned promotional markdowns and discounts that'll be worked into the model, assuming that the consumer will push back a bit. So I think the earnings reports are going to be fine in the second quarter, and even the full year guidance. I think the retailers will manage it, but they're definitely going to be seeing pressure on costs in the second half of the year.
Let's talk about some of the retailers reporting this week. Target, Walmart, Gap. You've got Macy's reporting too. Who do you expect to be winners? Who do you expect to have a tougher time dealing with not just what they can get into the stores, what they can charge, what they can eat in terms of the tariffs, but what they mean to the consumer too?
I think Walmart will continue to perform. I think you mentioned the Gap. I don't want to pick on them, but I think the specialty retailers, their results may be fine through the second quarter. But again, just to say it again, I just think they're going to be under margin pressure in the third and fourth quarter. And I think they're going to plan for it as they go, when they're giving guidance to the street. Everybody wants to under promise and over deliver. So I think they're going to build in some level of margin compression for the second half of the year.
And Manny, very quickly on Target and Ulta, the partnership that they had formed, that is, they're going to be going their separate ways. What does that mean for Target?
Okay, I think in that situation, strategies really just weren't aligned. I think, Ulta is a high-touch consumer service model, dealing with the consumer, and Target is a value-oriented retailer, minimal customer support and service, store presentation. I just don't think the strategies were aligned. I think Target will have a harder time dealing with it. The availability of brands at Targets will be more limited, and I think just the presentation will not be as strong. They'll look to make it up with value, but I think they have, I think in this environment, they're going to potentially lose that higher end consumer that goes in there, that discretionary shopper. So I think they'll have more of a challenge to deal with it over time.
Okay. Manny, thank you for joining us this morning.
It was a pleasure. Talk to you soon.
Manny Tirico. You too. All right, it is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Among our top stories this morning, Ukraine's president and a group of European leaders will meet President Trump at the White House today, following the president's meeting with Vladimir Putin in Alaska on Friday. In a post on Truth Social, Trump said that Ukrainian President Zelensky could end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to, or if he can continue to fight. Another focus for investors this week, the Fed. Central bankers are going to be gathering in Jackson Hole for their annual policy conference. The main event is Fed Chair Jay Powell's keynote speech on the Fed's policy stance. And Thoma Bravo is reportedly in talks to buy Dayforce, taking the firm private. Bloomberg says that a deal for the maker of HR management software could be announced in the coming weeks. Shares of Dayforce surging in the pre-market this morning. In fact, you can see right now, maybe we can see right now, or maybe not. Take our word for it.
Oh, well, I think we can see the futures, which have been pretty flat throughout the session. NASDAQ getting the worst of it. For more of the markets, let's get to Mike Santoli at the New York Stock Exchange. A lot of fear and trepidation after the PPI number, but really didn't see anything in the markets, Mike.
No, Joe, the market really did hang in there. As a matter of fact, the story of last week was after the CPI report was benign enough to price in a likelihood of September rate cut and really not show a lot of flare-up in consumer inflation, the S&P 500 exactly held the level we closed on Tuesday. It was right around 64.50. I counted like 10 times over the final 3 days where you sort of like got traction or bounced off that level. We closed right on it. So at the open, maybe we're going to test below it. But the bigger picture is market remains on trend, having slowed down a little bit in this advance, but kind of hanging in there just fine, despite a lot of calls for maybe we needed an August pullback. Now, take a look here at a couple of long-term bellwether groups that are kind of good indicators of risk appetite and macro enthusiasm. That's semiconductors and home builders. They obviously have rolled over. This is a 3-year, and so basically the entirety of this current bull market. And you see there's been a good comeback here, but still maybe a little more to prove on the upside. Obviously, that decline in yields and expectations of Fed rate cuts have been helping on the home builder side, but they're coming out of the hole here. Now, on rates, take a look at the 10-year Treasury yield. It's really just kind of a non-story in a sense. So this is a 2-year. We've been around these levels for quite a while. What I wanted to highlight is right here, that trough, that was late summer of last year. So that was when we thought maybe we'd get a rate cut in July. The Fed decided not to do a rate cut. We plunged below 4%. So if we get some kind of a hint or data that makes a rate cut in September less likely, I would watch the 10-year as a reaction to gauge whether the market thinks that's a mistake or not. So I don't know which way it would go. But if 10 years don't plunge, if, let's say, Powell is a little bit hawkish this week and we reduce odds of a September cut, maybe it means the economy's okay with that to wait for the next rate cut. But obviously, if it did plunge, it would suggest the market is again bracing for another one of these growth scares or policy errors.
That's a 10-year. You call it that's a 2-year chart of the 10-year.
2-year chart of the 10-year.
As opposed to a 10-year chart of the 2-year, which we don't. That's something we don't. That'd be interesting to look at. But
be a lot of shoots and ladders on that one. Yeah.
So we don't know whether a cut or whether standing pat is better for the long end. We really don't, do we?
No, we don't. We don't have a good sense of that. Obviously, if a cut were read as somehow allowing inflation to kind of stay elevated for a while, maybe we get. But here's the thing: the starting point for the 10s is kind of benign here, right? Right around 4.2. It's in the middle of the range, so any even decent move from here is not really going to necessarily be a huge swing factor for the economic perception of the stock market.
Do you remember the last time August and September were great months and we kept rising? I'm just so conditioned to think that.
In terms of great months, I don't know, but often, I mean, I think, for example, 2017, you never even got a 3% pullback the entire year. So even if the advance slowed, there are some years where basically not much really seems to take hold to the downside.
All right, let's hope. I would take that. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Mike Santoli.
Coming up next, a lot more on Squawk. President Trump's going to be meeting with Ukraine President Zelensky today. That's going to happen in the Oval Office as the Trump administration pushes for peace between Russia and Ukraine. We're going to talk about all of that after the break and what may come of that meeting later today. European leaders also set to attend that meeting. And then later, Kyle Bass is going to be joining us about how all this plays out with talks for a trade deal with China, the other chess piece in this larger geopolitical negotiation. Don't go anywhere. Squawk Box, come right back.
Seabeds. Your company started in the kitchen.
Hello?
Now it has 3. Your team of 5 grew to an army of 500. And that's your logo, right there in marble.
That's big.
To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market.
Our data shows that this deal works.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. CBIZ. Insights that impact.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow. The high-yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
Hi, I'm Josh Brown, CEO of Ritholtz Wealth Management and the newest contributor to CNBC Pro. I call it like I see it, and that's what I'm bringing to CNBC Pro subscribers.
Join Pro for exclusive access to Josh Brown's best.
Mazda gives you more. More comfort. More room.
more peace of mind. When you leave nothing out, there's more to move you. Discover more at the Mazda Summer Sales Event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
Watch the best animation together in one place.
It's the awesomest place on earth! Yeah!
Hulu Animehead, your animation destination.
European leaders will join Ukrainian President Zelensky for a meeting with President Trump at the White House today in a push to resolve the Russia-Ukraine war. For a look at what is at stake, let's bring in Victoria Coates, who served as Deputy National Security Advisor in the first Trump administration. She is now Vice President of the Heritage Foundation's Davis Institute for National Security and Foreign Policy. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Jim.
Do you know better than we do whether they were able to get a concession from Putin where some type of NATO-light security agreement between the United States and Ukraine, is that palatable? Do you know if that's palatable to Putin? And how is it different than NATO?
Well, I think what's different from NATO is there isn't a formal Article 5 commitment from the United States to take military action in the event that Ukraine is invaded. But at the same time, this would be a much stronger agreement than the 1992 Bucharest Memorandum, which obviously failed to provide security for Ukraine. So what I've discussed with Mark Rutte, who's the Secretary General of NATO, who's going to be in the Oval Office with President Zelensky here today, along with President Trump, is a kind of security barrier on the eastern front of NATO, the eastern border of Ukraine, that would be mutually enforced so that Russia doesn't have an easy way to re-invade either Ukraine or to take a bite out of any NATO ally of the United States. So I think border security, interestingly, a major topic here at home in the United States, also a topic in Europe. I think that's where the security guarantee is going to focus.
What do you think really prompted the original invasion by Putin? Because in doing a little bit of research for this, I can find articles that say to blame Putin is misguided. I mean, it's staggering for me to even read that. But saying that the West almost induced him to take that action because of the eastward sort of creep of NATO. Is there really anything to that? It seems, I mean, we know he wants to reconstitute the Soviet Union. They still wear CCCP sweatshirts. I mean, we know Mother Russia and all the nationalism. Was he induced to do this? Is this the West's fault?
Yes, well, Foreign Minister Lavrov can wear whatever T-shirt he wants. I think the blame here goes on Putin for invading Ukraine. Where I would place some blame on the West, Joe, is in terms of energy policy. This is an energy war. That's what Senator Manchin called it 3.5 years ago. And the way the West induced it was not by the westward creep, or eastward creep, rather, of NATO, which is a defensive alliance. It's never declared war on anyone, but rather through the determination of Europe, led by Germany, to buy Russian gas. They wanted the Nord Stream 2 pipeline to be in place. They wanted that gas to flow into Europe. And President Biden actually lobbied the Congress against the sanctions that were placed under President Trump in his first term. They were going to remain in place thanks to the efforts of my old boss, Senator Ted Cruz, to sanction Nord Stream 2 so that that gas didn't flow into Europe. Instead, Europe was going to import gas from the United States. No, the policy then under the Biden administration was to permit Nord Stream 2. So Putin thought that Europe needed to buy his gas And so they were going to permit him to go into Ukraine, which he just wants. So that's the permissive element here. I think once you cut off that gas, and I think that's why it's so important in the recent EU deal that the president inked, that there's $750 billion in that deal to buy United States natural gas. That's how you cut off Putin and deter him from taking this kind of aggression.
So there are economic carrots and sticks that's the only way this is going to work, isn't it? Will it be successful with economic, whether it's inducements or sanctions?
Well, it certainly can be. And if you look at the united economic might of what's going to be assembled in the Oval Office today, the UK Prime Minister, the head of the EU, Ursula von der Leyen, the Chancellor of Germany, the President of France, the President of Italy, and the President of Finland. So those economies in unity with the United States dwarf not only Russia. I mean, they dwarf, Russia's puny by comparison, but they also dwarf China. So as we look at the phone calls that are being made today, apparently President Putin called Prime Minister Modi of India, another very powerful economy, last night to explain what was happening. But I think the phone calls to Beijing are also going to be very interesting because China's the single largest importer of Russian energy. If they're facing additional tariffs or secondary sanctions over those imports, they may be the ones who start to put pressure on Putin to wind this up.
Do you expect the European contingent that you see there to be pressuring President Trump in terms of giving more to Zelensky, or do you think they're going to be pressuring Zelensky and Ukraine to give more to President Trump? I hate to put him and say and Vladimir Putin, but is that which way we're headed? Is the president appeasing Russia too much in Europe's eyes?
Well, I mean, quite frankly, I don't care what the Europeans think in this case. They've had 3.5 years. This is a war in Europe, Joe, and they've had 3.5 years to try to get to some sort of resolution. They haven't had a meeting like this before. They haven't done anything to actually engage with Putin, figure out a way to end the killing, end this kind of conflict. And so I think they're there to be told what their marching orders are. They really don't have a lot of moral authority here. And I think, the president is dealing with a horrible situation that he inherited. As Putin himself said on Friday, this war would not have happened if President Trump had been in the Oval Office in 2022. And so I think this is more President Trump telling the Europeans what is in store here, what their path forward is because of how they've mismanaged the situation over the last 3.5 years.
That shot we're seeing right there, a lot of individuals just around the world, I guess, bristled with that, depending on I guess, on where you stand on a lot of things. Should he have been welcomed back onto U.S. soil without any concessions? And, he's a wanted war criminal in a lot of different countries. I guess Netanyahu is too. But in Europe, there's a very dim view of Vladimir Putin, and I think they would have resisted certain parts of Europe, or certain parties in Europe would have resisted any type of negotiations or anything because of the atrocities that we've seen, and because Putin started it.
Oh, yes, and I have a very dim view of Vladimir Putin as well. I mean, I don't think he's particularly popular, including with President Trump or the First Lady. But in this case, I thought the choice of Alaska was actually brilliant, because bear in mind, Joe, the Russians had to sell Alaska to the United States because of their Crimean war debts in the 19th century. And because of that, they missed out on the gold rush, on the discovery of oil. And then finally, most importantly for us, for Alaska, that's where we fire off all of our polar orbit satellites, an extremely strategic location. Also the location, as I just said, of all of our natural resources that make us a competitor with Russia in energy markets. And so I thought that was a great choice. I thought it was an interesting optic to force Putin to walk down the steps and cross that big tarmac to get to President Trump, who, of course, physically towers over Putin, who's pretty short. So no, I didn't think that was in any way a concession to Putin. And also, President Trump didn't give any other concessions for the meeting. That's how he sets these things up. He's not going to give any concessions. He's not going to take any concessions. He's just going to take the meeting, find out what's possible to see if we can bring this war to a conclusion.
I think that's the biggest question. Is this possible? Do you think Putin will ever give without by giving something that we could and Ukraine could say, okay, this is a deal that works?
Good morning, Becky. Yes, no, I think this is going to have to be a negotiation. There is going to have to be some kind of accommodation of Russia to bring this to a conclusion, but it doesn't have to be handing Ukraine on a silver platter to Vladimir Putin. And I think the president has made that very clear. I think his engagement on the issue of security guarantees, so whatever we design on the eastern border of Ukraine is secure, that we don't go back in. But then finally, that he is deterring Putin from going into a NATO ally. That is the basic national security interest of the United States here. And how you do that is what he did in The Hague in April, getting our major European NATO allies and Canada to 5% of GDP on defense. That, again, with the unity that we're going to see in the Oval Office today, makes NATO almost untouchable for Putin, given the overall strength of the alliance. If the Europeans and the Canadians are investing in their security at that level, then there's really not much that Putin can do to go into NATO. And so that's the kind of work that the president's doing to deter Putin from future aggression.
All right, very good. Victoria, thank you. I appreciate it. Victoria Coates served as Deputy National Security Advisor in the first Trump administration. See you later. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, when we come back, the impact of the auto tariffs and which brands are charging consumers more. And then the Trump administration said to be eyeing a stake in Intel. Would a change like that change the industrial manufacturing industry here and abroad? We've got to look at what that move could mean for the global economy. Squawk Box will be right back.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
We actually sold the twins naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
If you need a tan, I'm your man.
Could do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think. Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Sir, it seems that the Gladiator is getting a lot of positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
When it's time to start your business, it's time for Shopify. Design with easy-to-customize themes, sell everywhere people shop, and never miss a sale with the world's best converting checkout. See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today.
Shimmering, glimmering, that's the golden lady.
At the Farmer's Dog, our fresh food plans give dogs good health and great hair. Get 50% off your first box, only at the Farmer's Dog.
Brian Sullivan, Power Lunch, weekdays 2 Eastern, CNBC. Never miss a moment.
U.S. businesses have borne most of the tariff costs so far because it takes time to negotiate lower import prices or to pass price increases along to consumers.
I think they will ultimately cut in September. The only thing that could derail it is if you got a surprise in the job report early September. I don't expect that.
One of the reasons why it's a great investment environment, there's a lot of news flow that allows you to take advantage of opportunities.
Welcome back to Squawk. Take a look at the futures right now. A little bit of green, but also some red on the screen this morning. Dow up about 13 points. NASDAQ off about 28 points. The S&P 500 off about, call it 4.5 points right now.
All right, 3 months after the auto tariffs kicked in, transaction prices are edging higher with a couple of trends dictating which brands are charging more. Phil LeBeau joins us right now. He's got to look at where prices are headed and which companies are upcharging. Phil, good morning. What's the answer?
Well, it's not that they're upcharging, Becky. It's that because of a variety of factors, they are asking the customer to pay more. And the customer is paying more, though sales are slowing down. Let me give you an example here. Sales slowing down for those particular brands. Let me give you an example where the transaction prices have gone up. Now, this is year over year. Land Rover is a perfect example where the tariffs had a huge impact, and as a result, Land Rover has essentially had to pass a lot of that on to their customers. Cadillac has been rolling out some new EVs at a higher price point. There's an explanation for each specific brand, but when you look at the overall transaction prices for the industry, comes in right now at $48,841.
Order
that
filled.
Is just a smidge under the all-time high, but auto prices in July compared to July of last year up 1.5%. And the expectation in the industry is that it will continue edging up in the months to come. Though some brands, Jeep, Tesla, Acura, Chrysler, they've seen their transaction prices drop. Jeep and Chrysler, we know the issues that are happening at Stellantis. They're trying to correct those right now. Tesla, we've talked about the issue with it being brutally competitive for them right now, and as a result, they are trying to do whatever they can to increase sales. So as you take a look at GM, Ford, and Toyota, the reason that we're showing you these is that these are the mass market brands. Keep in mind that they don't raise prices across the board. It depends on the model and the competition for that model. Let me give you an example. The Toyota RAV4. You might sit there and say, well, you know, are they raising the prices there? Not necessarily, because they might be looking across the street at a comparable model from Honda, and the prices have not gone up, and the dealers have to adjust to the competition. Bottom line is this. There is still healthy demand in the market, as you see with the July auto sales rate of 16.87 million. And we're well above 16 million right now for the year, which many people did not expect after the tariffs went into effect. But we are seeing a gradual increase in transaction prices.
Hey, Phil, I mean, you said we are just a smidge away from the all-time high. I guess maybe the newsworthy part is we're not even at an all-time high with these new tariffs that have come in. When was the all-time high, and why was it higher then than now?
It was only a couple of $100 higher, and it was a year or two ago. I mean, it's been hovering in that $48,000, $49,000 range, Becky. So it's not off by much. And when I say we're only a couple $100 away from an all-time high, there are factors, seasonality within the auto industry that impact that. I would generally say we are there. We are really, really close to an all-time high, but it hasn't surged. I mean, a lot of people thought once the tariffs go into effect, many people were predicting transaction prices on average will go well over $55,000. That has not happened.
Okay, because that's kind of what I thought too. The idea that you're not at an all-time high and you're not surging to these new levels, does that come down the road?
And you know why, Becky?
Why?
You know why? Because the automakers are generally eating the tariffs. Generally speaking, they are eating the tariffs. Not all of them. Yeah, the margins are taking the hit. That's where you're noticing the impact. Let me look at the Q2 results. We saw it, GM, Ford, Stellantis. I mean, they're all taking a hit because they can't afford to say, I'm going to raise the price $7,000 when the guy across the street is still keeping it at the existing price. You have to do what the market is dictating.
You're only as smart as your dumbest competitor, too. Phil, thank you.
True. You bet.
All right, coming up next, what a government intervention with Intel could mean for the global economy. Stephen Moore and Natasha Sarin are going to join us after the break to debate that issue. And then Heyman Capital's Kyle Bass will be our guest. His take on the meeting today at the White House, China, also geopolitical implications for the United States with all this. The global market. Squawk Box coming right back.
These eyes.
These eyes?
These eyes make a statement.
They take it all in.
These eyes I got from my mom, which I got from my mom, which I got from my mom.
They helped me bake this.
Nail this?
These eyes are important to me.
Because they're the only ones I've got.
That's why I take them here to America's Best.
With a team of doctors and associates who believe every
eye deserves better.
especially these ones.
America's Best. Every eye deserves better.
I had 20 years of experience as an HR professional, and I had reached a ceiling, so I enrolled in UMGC. I would not be the person that I am today had it not been for the partnership with UMGC.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
At Public, the high-yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
Breaking earnings news. Home Depot, Toll Brothers, Target, Walmart. Market reaction. Expert analysis. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC.
Travel can be a nightmare. Luckily, you rented your car on Turo. Skip the rental counter with Turo. Rent just about any car, just about anywhere.
Everyone's heading to McDonaldland this summer. So come order the McDonaldland meal and try the new Mount McDonaldland shake with one of 6 souvenirs. Ooh.
Welcome back to Squawk. A group of Senate Democrats are asking President Trump to reconsider his decision to let NVIDIA and AMD sell AI chips to China in exchange for a 15% cut of revenue. The letter signed by Senators Chuck Schumer, Mark Warner, Jack Reed, Elizabeth Warren, and others. They're requesting details on that arrangement with NVIDIA and AMD by this Friday. We should mention that in those letters, the lawmakers said that President Trump's deal amounted to America negotiating away its competitive edge, critical to national security. They're also warning that selling advanced AI chips to China could strengthen that country's military. Meanwhile, plans for the government to take a stake in Intel could reshape industrial policy as well and national security.
Order submitted.
Right now, former Trump economic advisor Stephen Moore. He is the co-founder of Unleash Prosperity, also former Biden Treasury Secretary Natasha Sarin. She's a professor at Yale and the president of the Budget Lab. What did I say?
Treasury Secretary.
Oh. Official, I should say. Yeah. Could be the Treasury Secretary.
That'd be a big promotion.
Natasha, nice to see you. Congratulations on the elevation.
Yeah.
Nice
Steve,
we hardly knew you.
I want to start with you, Steve, though, because I'm curious how you think. You've been a free marketeer. I do not believe you've been somebody who's believed in industrial policy over the years. And here we are in a moment where clearly we are careening towards that world.
Yeah, you're right, Andrew. I'm a big enemy of industrial policy because it's never worked anywhere or any time. The free market has been much more productive in terms of creating great industries for the United States. And by the way, we have a really good example of a failed industrial policy in the CHIPS Act, which was passed by Joe Biden and was supposed to revive our chips industry. And if anything, it hurt our industry more than it helped it with the subsidies. So I don't want to see. Now, there is and I'm not a national security expert, so I want to be clear about that, but there is some national security portion of this that may justify some of the subsidies that they're talking about. But with respect to making America #1 in artificial intelligence, I want the government to stay as far away as possible, just like they did in the internet age, which created, the Magnificent Seven and trillions of dollars of increased wealth for Americans.
Natasha, what do you think of what's happening here?
So, Andrew, we've gotten to talk some about industrial policy and the varying ways in which we might choose to shape the economy and encourage more production in the U.S. of certain types of goods. I actually think I disagree with Stephen. In the case of semiconductors and chips, we are talking about pretty significant national security exigencies, and the idea of being reliant on China, an adversary in this way, and them having such control over this particular type of technology seems like deeply concerning. And so I think we still have to kind of learn a bit about what the specifics are with this potential stake in Intel and what it'll look like. But the idea of industrial policy in targeted areas where we're concerned about national security actually seems like quite good policy to me. And indeed I also disagree with Stephen on the CHIPS Act and think that was an important step in that direction.
But Natasha, isn't this so interesting, this sort of strange bedfellows, everybody reversing, right? So you have, Schumer and Elizabeth Warren and Democrats who historically have actually been to some degree for industrial policy, right? Now, and by the way, for higher taxes generally for corporations and the like, now basically taking issue with the president over what historically, to some degree, they have liked. I mean, there are some people, the critics would look at it like that.
So I think the thing about, and we've talked about this before, but the thing about industrial policy is we really have to be honest about what the trade-offs are. Industrial policy isn't always good. It doesn't always mean economic growth. It doesn't always mean lower costs for consumers. And it doesn't always mean in better national security or less reliance on our adversaries. And that's why I think the idea of being sort of forthcoming about those types of trade-offs will lead you to the conclusion that in narrow areas of the economy where these national security exigencies are really quite significant, that's exactly where we should be talking about industrial policy. It's not for manufacturing writ large, it's for chips. And I think that distinction is pretty important, Andrew, and one that sometimes is missed in these debates.
I think it's more interesting.
So can I just add one point?
Hold on, Steve. Hold on. I think it's more. Hold on. I think it's more interesting that our two guests here are fair as foul and foul as fair. I understand the Democrat. Anything Trump does, they're going to write a letter that they hate it. But Natasha is our liberal person, and Steve Moore is our former Trump guy. And Steve Moore. But the Democrats, that's not interesting. Of course they're against it. It's Trump. They would, but Natasha just said you think it's pretty good policy, and Stephen Moore has got his panties are all, or his, you're not allowed to use that anymore. But you're all bunched up in how horrible this is. Couldn't it be, Steve? This is an emergency that we have a foundry here that we need. And I think that's what Natasha's point was. We need to have the ability to manufacture chips here. And that was the idea of both.
That's the CHIPS Act,
That's the CHIPS Act. And this is like a corollary to that. It could be an emergency.
So let me take you all back to a little over 40 years ago when I first came to Washington in 1982. The big issue back then was America needed a national industrial policy, not to defeat China, but you know what country it was we were worried about back then? Japan. And Japan was going to take over the whole world because they had a national industrial policy, we didn't. And then we avoided that route, and we went with the free enterprise system and free markets. And look at the world today. Our stock market is up 40-fold, and theirs has been flat. So countries that have tried industrial policy, look at Europe. Europe is the case study for industrial policy, trying to nurture certain industries.
So you think China's going to bring itself down?
So show me where it's ever worked. Show me where industrial policy has ever worked.
Steve, you think we don't need to worry about China? If the extension of what you're saying is we don't need to worry about China because they will bring down themselves by overextending themselves and coming up with policies that don't make sense overall.
Well, let me be clear on this. I do think we have to worry about China. China is a very dangerous country, no question about that. What I'm saying is we will defeat them through our free enterprise system. They have a communist, centrally planned economy. Somebody show me anywhere in the history of the world where that has worked. So, you know, look, you guys are worried about this. Look at, we got the magnificent 7 countries all here in the United States. They're worth more than virtually all the companies in Europe, in China combined.
I think the American economy is great. I think capitalism is so important, and I think we are so competitive vis-a-vis the rest of the world. I also think it's a problem that 90% of rare earths are processed in China, and I think that these are real concerns from a national security perspective, and we need thoughtful policy to address them. So I'm kind of heartened, frankly, to be seeing some of these discussions play
making
out.
sense to me. Natasha, I'm on your side.
You're talking national security decisions, and Steve, you pointed out at the top, you're not an expert on national security. I mean, these are where, you know, tough issues and tough decisions come down to it. I don't like picking government winners and losers, but I don't like feeling like we are beholden to one country or another when their interests are directly opposed to ours.
But if we want more industrial production here, we did something very important that every Democrat voted against, which were allowing businesses to immediately expense their capital purchases, what they can use to develop chips here in the United States. That was a great policy.
I agree. Immediate expensing is a great policy. I disagreed with other aspects of that bill that involve $3 trillion of deficit finance tax cuts to the top disproportionately. But I'm with you. I think that's good and important policy, as I think these conversations about industrial policy in the national security context specifically really are.
Joe's a Democrat.
No, it's just, Andrew's right. There's not a day that goes by when things aren't flipped.
Right? Flipped. This is totally flipped. This is like a flipped situation.
But President Trump. I mean, there's not a... But more never flips. He will never flip.
God bless you, Stephen, for not flipping.
Joe, this is the CHIPS Act. I'm not flipped. This is what we believe in.
I got a question for you, Steve. You obviously spent time with the president. You were in the White House with him, showing on the easel some of the numbers. Have you had this conversation with him directly?
You mean on this particular issue?
Yeah.
With respect to the chips, no, but I did tell him that the incomes have been way up so far in his first 5 months in office, a $1,000 increase, which was about twice as high as we had in 4 years under Biden. So look, I mean, I'm really bullish right now. Look at the headline today, Andrew, of the Wall Street Journal. Earnings are up almost across the board. What would investors not like about this picture?
No, but I can pick 10 things that the president wants to do that you don't like more. I can't.
Yeah,
I can't think of it.
Maybe 2 or 3.
What do you mean? Some of the main things that you got one thing, expensing. I mean, everything else is like you start twitching almost with tariffs and all these. Almost sacred cows. Sacred cows.
Okay, but if. Yeah. But then why is it that we have record energy production? Why is we have record earnings?
Well,
why
maybe
is
you're
the stock
wrong.
market at all-time high? Why are all these policies working?
Yeah, maybe you're wrong. Maybe some of the ones you hate are working, like the Natasha thing.
No, I think it's the four-legged stool. It's more energy production, lower taxes, better trade deals, and deregulation.
Oh, okay. Those all sound good.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Stephen, Natasha,
I'm skeptical
thank you.
on some of the trade deals, but maybe we'll come back to that, Joe.
We will talk about all that. You'll both be invited back soon, and we will debate it, I'm sure. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Up next, Kyle Bass of Heyman Capital will join us to talk Russia, China, inflation, the global markets, and much more. Squawk Box will be right back.
Prime, it's me. I mean you. Wake up. Come on, man. You got to tell employers to take another look at all the benefits they're offering. Everybody wants to build the best team, and offering Aflac can help attract and retain that top talent. You know we like that top talent. And listen, I mean, you got to listen. Aflac gives employees cash to help with unexpected medical bills. It's prime time to add Aflac.
Request a call today at aflac.com/prime.
Small business owners,
You got to stop doing what you're doing. Why? Because bookkeeping sucks. You shouldn't be doing it yourself. So go to Zendu.com, and what you're going to get there is a trusted financial partner, so you can do what you do best. Run your business. Zendu.com.
So handsome.
I can't buy this.
Whoa, whoa. Your Empower investment accounts are designed for the long haul. So, get good at money so you can be a little bad. Empower.
When cyber threats target the world's data, seconds matter. That's why the world's most trusted brands depend on ReliaQuest Gray Matter to contain threats in seconds. It's the only technology-independent, AI-driven platform built by security operators for security operators. ReliaQuest. Make security possible.
Coming up, an interview you do not want to miss. You just said something to me which makes me a little bit nervous.
Every time a tech expert comes on this show, you better ask him, what are you doing on AI security?
What is the thing you worry about the most right now?
In an environment where there is a lot of uncertainty, make sure we're playing the long game.
Is this the right way to do it?
He's not a conventional president.
Reading the president's latest, I swear he's watching.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Ukraine's president and a group of European leaders planning to meet President Trump at the White House today following the president's meeting with Vladimir Putin on Friday. The president says that he's not looking to raise tariffs on China for purchasing Russian oil for now. Joining us to talk about all of this is Kyle Bass. He's the founder and CIO of Heyman Capital. And Kyle, we may be focused on Europe this morning and what's going to happen between Russia and Ukraine, but obviously China plays a role in that too. How are they watching all of these negotiations?
Sure, Becky, glad to be here today. Look, if President Trump ends up bringing tighter financial sanctions to Russia as a result of, call it, no peace deal, then China has immediate problems because, as you know, China and India are the two top Russian oil importers. They both import roughly 2 million barrels a day from Russia. So, if we are forced to go ahead and put the final sanctions on Russia, there's still a couple of correspondent banks there that have access to SWIFT and all of the petro monies running through there to settle the daily sales of oil for Russia. So there are a few more things we can do to turn Russia off from the financial system and really give them a real problem. So China would be secondarily right in the crosshairs of the United States Treasury and our worsening sanctions.
Although China has really escaped that to this point. The talks about tariffs, they've ratcheted up pretty significantly with India. And the big reason that's been cited by this administration is that they are importing Russian oil. As you mentioned, China's importing just as much, and they have escaped any kind of condemnation, and things have been much friendlier on that front. What you think that if things don't go well, though, with Putin, that they both will wind up really bearing the brunt of that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Look, back when Putin first invaded Ukraine, when we talked about sanctioning the Russians, we sanctioned like 10% of their oligarchs and left their banking system alone. We allowed the oil sales to continue to happen because we were afraid of gasoline prices at the pump. So we did not engage in proper sanctions in Russia until only recently, and we've given them only a couple of, call it, alleys out, and those are those correspondent banks. And so, you said we really haven't been willing to engage in secondarily sanctioning China, but if we use our sanctions the way we are supposed to use them, then those that continue to contravene our primary sanctions should be secondarily sanctioned. And Becky, as you know, if we start removing Chinese banks from the SWIFT system, it'd be another ballgame.
I mean, that's so different than where I've been thinking our relationship is with China recently. President Trump definitely seems like he wants to make progress with the Chinese front as well. And it almost seems like the economic issues are taking precedence over defensive issues or security issues at this point. Is that not the case?
Yeah, I mean, it has been the case so far. And I think it's difficult to fault anyone for wanting to engage in better relations or peace. In the end, you have to look to the leadership of our opposition and our enemies. And that's, Vladimir Putin, it's Xi Jinping, it's Kim Jong-un and the Ayatollah. All four of those guys are now working together really to subvert Western interests. And so when we look at where these relations with China are headed and that Trump wants to do a deal, in the end, when have the Chinese ever lived up to a deal that we've signed? I mean, they're not going to start adhering to transactions here in the future, and things are only worsening in the South China Sea. So, to your point, it's separating economic engagement from their militaristic belligerence is be a big mistake in the long run.
You could say the same thing about Putin. Are you concerned by the thawing of relations between India and China?
Yeah, I think India and China have a long way to go on, quote, thawing relations. But, India's in such a difficult spot. We are criticizing them for being one of the largest buyers of Russian crude. And at the same time, India made a decision long ago. India's entire military apparatus is Russian equipment and Russian service. So note, India never condemned Putin for his invasion of Ukraine because they couldn't. So India's in this difficult situation as the largest democracy in the world, someone the U.S. really wants better relations with because we share a number of basic values together. And yet their security dependence is upon Russia. And India and China are, of course, now looking at each other because of, let me say, a direct result of potential U.S. sanctions and or tariffs. So yeah, it's a difficult geopolitical puzzle to put together.
Are you disappointed that we have not taken a more hawkish stance against China, or do you think that there is room and maybe, working with the Chinese gets us to a better place than cutting off relations entirely?
Yeah, and the word hawkish is interesting to me. If you talk to the people in the U.S. government that have the highest security clearance and the people that follow China on a daily basis, they'd say if you read just a couple of weeks of the classified briefings into everything China's doing every day against the United States and its allies, he said it would force you to go drink. So
you wouldn't give any chip? You wouldn't give any NVIDIA? You wouldn't sell them even if you got 15%? Would you be selling those chips?
I mean, Joe, that was what just happened there with the H20 chips and supposed the rare earth magnets was another, Brittany Griner for the merchant of death trade. We're giving them the inference chips that they immediately go train and put into their weapon systems that are aimed at us. Because we so desperately.
That's a no. That Brittany Griner line is something. That's memorable.
Andrew, think about this. This was a hostage exchange. What's that?
But then you believe, here's my question. Is NVIDIA rolling the president, or is the president rolling NVIDIA?
I don't know who's rolling who, Andrew.
Or is China rolling us?
But basically, China, you probably saw right after the trade was approved, China instructed its big internet giants to not install the chips in their particular facilities because China suspects some foul play. So, Andrew, I don't know who's rolling who. I just know that we should not be giving H20 chips in exchange for EV motor batteries. I think that was a horrible transaction.
All right, Kyle, thank you. Obviously, it's a conversation to be continued, but we appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Up next, a check on the markets ahead of the opening bell. Squawk Box. We'll be right back.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. Partnering to unlock new ideas, to create new legacies, to transform a company, industry, economy, generation. Because grit and vision, working in lockstep, puts you on the path to your full potential. Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
I made a promise to my daughter that I would get my college degree. I had 20 years of experience as an HR professional. I had reached a ceiling, so I enrolled in UMGC. UMGC removes every barrier. Everyone treated me like a person with individual needs and met me where I was. I would not be the person that I am today, the mother, the business owner, had it not been for the partnership with UMGC.
Work, errands, chores, they follow you home. But the moment you feel the unmatched comfort of a Lazy Boy recliner, you go from zero to lazy. The work, lost in cushions that don't quit. The errands, forgotten with every recline. The chores, fading away in comfort that fits you so right. Come get the comfort you deserve at Lazy Boy. Go zero to lazy with full body comfort fully made for you. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing Bell Overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
As a parent, you wear many hats: the chef, the referee, the storyteller, and as you begin to plan your kids' education, the decision maker. Fortunately, that decision is easy with Abeka, because our curriculum is built to set your kids up for success in life, so you can sleep well tonight. Which is good, because in the morning you'll have to wear yet another hat: the chauffeur. Learning for life begins with the right homeschool education. Learn more at abekahomeschool.com.
Travel can be a nightmare. Luckily, you rented your car on Turo. Skip the rental counter with Turo. Rent just about any car, just about anywhere.
Order canceled.
Final check on Morris. We don't have a lot of time. You can see the markets are mixed this morning. There's the Dow. Dow's up a little. Yeah.
Before we go, can I say happy birthday to my grandma Ann Manley?
Oh,
She's 99 today.
99er.
Wow.
She's 99.
Congratulations. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
My mother-in-law's over 95. 95 are like perfect.
Where does the time go, right?
I know.
We've got 102.
Wish it was my genes.
Yeah, right.
I can't take credit for a mother-in-law, I don't think.
Congratulations. Happy birthday.
Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Street is next.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with David Faber, Mike Santoli here at Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Kramer has the morning off. Futures pretty steady, but arranging the placemats for a consequential week at Jackson Hole. Plenty of July-end retail earnings, and of course the meeting today at the White House between the president, EU leaders, and Zelensky. Our roadmap begins with the Fed, though, front and center as Powell and global central bankers head to Jackson Hole this week for their annual policy conference.
Also ahead, Ukraine's president and other European leaders will be at the White House today. This follows the president's meeting with Vladimir Putin on Friday. And a big week for retailers. Walmart, Home Depot, Costco, and Target, all amongst the names that will be reporting earnings.
Let's begin with the markets, though, after a week of record highs for stocks, including one for the Dow, first one of the year on Friday. Mike, a lot of discussion over the weekend and today, not just about the percentage of companies that are beating on earnings and the way in which Q2 earnings came in double-digit, but credit spreads got to go back to the late 90s to find spreads this tight.
Oh, yeah. Financial conditions are pretty loose. The corporate sector is
doing its part. It's interesting to have all that be the case, and then we're still kind of fixated on the likelihood or prospect of a September rate cut, though it does make sense in the abstract just because of the power of that payroll report from August 1st. Two-year note yields are down, 0.2 percentage points since then, and they've kind of held down there. So market's ability to kind of shrug off three really imperfect inflation reports from last week, if you really want to slice it, it does show the conviction building there. And in terms of the beat rate for earnings, I think that in multiple respects, we're still feeding off of the extreme fear and mental adjustment that went on in the spring, right? During and right after Liberation Day, you got people panicked out of risk assets. People not only assumed it was going to be rough for corporate earnings and reduced estimates, but also kind of assumed that the sort of U.S. exceptionalism trade was going to have to unwind. And you're just building back toward that. I mean, I think in a very important respect, we have this massive beat rate off an incredibly low bar. I mean, for the second quarter, we're still going to come in lower than we thought the second quarter was going to be at the beginning of the year. Same thing for the full year, same thing for the third quarter. So you're kind of benefiting from over-adjusting to the downside psychologically and getting scared out of stocks. And I think it also kind of counts in positioning for stocks, too. Even though people are now involved and it's no longer the case people are fighting this rally, for the strength of the 4-month or 5-month run that we've had, and the fact that you've had low volatility and you've stuck near the highs, you would have expected institutional positioning to be a little more aggressive than it is right now. And that's not saying a lot, right? It's just, we could be crazier. I mean, that's kind of the bull case right now. But I do think that explains why we're here. You got a decent amount of rotation last week, even as you price in a lot of positive stuff at 64.50 on the S&P. It's a level the market seemed to really be intent on holding last week. That was Tuesday's close after the CPI report.
So where does our focus lie for these next couple of weeks? Obviously, we mentioned at the top, Jackson Hole on Friday. We'll see what Powell has to say. We do have some earnings this week. I'm not sure Costco's amongst them, by the way, but some of the other retailers I mentioned are.
Sure, Walmart is,
And then we do get NVIDIA next week. I mean, is that kind of where we're going to...
That's it. Those are the hurdles. And I think Jackson Hole, I mean, we always say sometimes it's intentionally kind of a non-event or it's more big picture. It's not supposed to be weighing in on current the next policy move. It's going to be hard to avoid that in this case. And so whether it's about kind of softly ratifying the market's expectation of 25 basis points in September, or saying we're still going to be data dependent, maybe Powell doesn't want to front run. We're still going to get PCE and another jobs report before they have to make a decision. But it's important to realize in the June Fed meeting, the median expectation was 2 rate cuts for the rest of the year. Okay. Since June, you got a pretty disastrous payroll report. There's only 3 meetings left. If you thought we were getting 2 in June, all else being equal, and you got the downside risk to the labor market that was evident now, it's not weird to be talking about cutting rates 2, maybe 3 times. Now, unemployment's not up to 4.5%. They thought it might be. Inflation's probably stickier on the high side than they thought it might be. You got to swallow one of those things.
Yeah, Goldman today has a good piece on what that payroll revision was all about. They say it now constitutes the downside labor market risks that the chairman was mentioning in the last meeting. Investors should take the weak signal seriously. And while the unemployment rate, they say, has moved up only a little bit, a further rise may awaken the Sahm rule, which, as you might know, Claudia Sahm has this rule about a rapid increase in the unemployment rate does trigger some recession signal.
Yes, exactly. It's how fast the unemployment rate's rising over a multi-month period of time, which almost triggered last summer, 2024, got the market really twisted up, that the Fed should have cut in July, and then they did the 50 in September. I also think it's worth at least noting that maybe one thing the market is saying is that a September rate cut is not make or break for stocks or the economy. Now, you'd probably prefer to have it as insurance. The idea of a good news cut is always going to be embraced by the equity market. People say, stocks are at a new high, credit spreads are tight, crypto has been surging, we got the IPO window up, you have retail traders going nuts. Why are we cutting rates? Well, we're cutting rates because of the basic inputs of what the Fed mandate is, and we're still above neutral, at least by their measure. I mean, you know, we'll see if that's enough to carry.
You do mention sort of some of the more what we'd call speculative parts of the market, which we continue to focus on, and I think rightly so. I don't know how concerning they are, but they can be reminiscent of another time where we saw a surge in those kinds of, whether it's the meme, whether it's IPOs, obviously quite strong in terms of the response in the aftermarket, whether it's crypto, although again, you know, things change, and crypto may not be viewed in that way that it was 4 or 5 years ago.
Sure.
But when it comes to this sort of speculative excess and or the multiple that a Palantir is trading at, how concerned?
I think you're not concerned on a systemic level. You're not concerned if you look at overall level of margin borrowing relative to overall investor balances. You're not concerned about the pervasiveness of those wild situations like Palantir. Because you're
or
able
even
to,
Paramount last week, by the way, which was crazy, but
now, I think in a broader sense, we really are following something not too far from the trajectory of 1998 into 99. If you look at the S&P 500, I keep pointing it out. You had an almost 20% drop in 98. We know it was kind of a shock. It wasn't really about a recession. And you came back almost exactly at the same angle that we are right now, 4 or 5 months later. And, you know, I think that's just the way the market metabolizes these things. If you're not getting a recession and everybody got scared out at a certain point and you priced in some really disastrous stuff, it comes back in this way. Now, does that mean the rest of 99, you know, is what we have ahead of us? I kind of doubt it, to be honest. I think there's a sort of, it's going to rhyme, but it doesn't get there. And I think the trap in people like me and everybody else saying, oh, but it's not as crazy as 99, is you shouldn't assume we're going to get as crazy as 99. Like, that's not necessarily where we're headed. If that's the case, then maybe there's a lower ceiling on exactly how high risk appetites can go and recklessness can go and mispricing of sketchy securities can go or whatever. But I always say we had 500 IPOs in 1999.
We did. Now, to the extent that you want to compare 99 to this current period, obviously AI being the driver, but really it shows up in maybe 7 or 8 of the biggest companies.
That's right.
And then, you know, broadly speaking, in terms of its impact, in terms of corporations, yet to be seen and perhaps not reflected. It's in private company valuations here, of course, when we talk about OpenAI now, perhaps as high as $500 billion, given where their employees are selling stock back to the, or selling stock, and on from there, that we're sort of seeing it, whereas we had so many public companies already that were completely speculative, by the way, based on obviously the arrival of the internet in 99.
Right.
In the mid to late 90s.
The ways it mostly rhymes now is the hyper concentration of the S&P 500, which is driven in this instance by the AI theme, the dominance of growth over value over a multi-year period, and the dominance of large caps over small over a multi-year period. Those are 3 ways of kind of measuring the same thing, which is the market's obsession with giving a premium to the biggest technological theme in the market, and that's how it manifests. So I don't think that means it's going to reverse in a hurry. It is interesting to hear people have some misgivings, maybe including Altman.
Sam Altman, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, and so, you know, at some point you have to feel as if there's going to be some net losers along the way. And in fact, you know, I think Bespoke and others run a AI disruption basket of stocks, those stocks that are going to be hurt most. It's been suffering. I mean, the market's figuring that out, so it's not ignoring it.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked about, obviously, software as a service in particular being hurt. All right, let's move on to global affairs for a moment. Ukrainian President Zelensky and European leaders are heading to the White House. They are due to meet with President Trump. That'll be later today. And that is in response to his Friday summit with the Russian President, Vladimir Putin. Eamon Javers is at the White House and has the latest for us. Eamon.
David, as you say, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is expected here at the White House later today to help chart a path forward in the wake of those failed talks between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska on Friday. Also present, as you say, are going to be the leaders of 5 European countries who are part of a coalition of the willing backing Ukraine against the Russian invasion. Now, sources told NBC News over the weekend that President Trump engaged with President Zelensky and European leaders by phone early Saturday morning morning about the U.S. being party to a potential NATO-like security guarantee for Ukraine as part of a deal struck with Russia. Such security guarantees have been a key demand of the Ukrainians as part of any deal to end the fighting. Zelensky took to social media to set some expectations for today, writing, "I am grateful to @POTUS for the invitation. We all share a strong desire to end this war quickly and reliably, and peace must be lasting, not like it was years ago when Ukraine was forced to give up Crimea and part of our east, part of Donbass, and Putin simply used it as a springboard for a new attack, or when Ukraine was given so-called security guarantees in 1994, but they didn't work." Now take a look here at the list of European attendees at the White House today. It is a set of power hitters here. The President of Finland will be here. The Chancellor of Germany will be here. The President of the European Commission, the NATO Secretary General, the Prime Minister of the UK, the Prime Minister of Italy, the President of France, all in the building here at the White House today. And the question for all those leaders is whether they can craft NATO-like security guarantees for Ukraine that are enough like NATO to reassure the Ukrainians that they're real, and yet not so much like NATO that they're a non-starter for the Russian side, which feels very much threatened by the presence of NATO on their frontier. Guys, back over to you.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that seems contingent on European leaders' willingness or fortitude to supply troops to back up any kind of Article 5-like measure. There's some comments out of Germany this morning that maybe they might be a little too stretched to provide those boots on the ground as opposed to, say, the British.
Yeah, and then the question here is, in terms of the geostrategic implications of that, do you want NATO or Western forces backing up a Ukrainian security situation and engaging in direct combat with Russians in a year or 2 years' time? That is something that throughout the Cold War, NATO avoided. You know, the Cold War was a war of proxies, not a war of direct confrontation between the West and Russia, for fear that any such confrontation could lead to nuclear holocaust. The idea is you just can't have NATO troops and Russian troops fighting face-to-face because that can escalate very dangerously. And so the question here is, what kind of security guarantees are real and practical for Ukraine, but not so much that they're going to cause the Russians to walk away from that deal? That's very tricky. And of course, this is the first time Zelensky has been here since that confrontation with Trump and J.D. Vance in the Oval Office earlier this year. So people are sort of walking around, you know, on tenterhooks, waiting to see what's going to happen here. Does this relationship blow up again, or is this a moment of real strength and unity? We'll see.
Yeah, that was the other contrast in photos over the weekend. The pictures from that Oval meeting in February where Zelensky was essentially berated versus the red carpet, the literal red carpet rollout that Putin got on Friday. Eamon will be with you all day watching these developments in a series of meetings at the White House. When we come back, some new developments regarding Novo Nordisk today and its blockbuster drugs Wegovy and Ozempic. Take a look at the pre-market. Tons of movers. We'll get to some news on Boeing and NVIDIA, Meta, Target, and Adobe in a moment.
Most people don't realize how processed typical dog food is. At the Farmer's Dog, we believe dogs should be able to get their daily nutrition without the excess processing.
With a Shield Level Pay Plus annuity from Bright House Financial, you can turn a portion of your portfolio into guaranteed lifetime income for whatever the occasion calls for. Bright House Financial, build for what's ahead.
Repair Clinic came to AmericanEagle.com with a pressing need for digital expertise to serve our expanding parts and software business. AmericanEagle.com optimized our website, turning our proprietary data, content, and diagnostics into a powerful platform that reaches more DIYers, pros, and enterprise clients than ever before. If you're looking for an agency who can solve your complex digital challenges, contact AmericanEagle.com today.
I'm in possession of evidence of an unlawful cover-up.
I help people who see things they shouldn't have.
Why'd you do this for me?
That's my job.
Relay. Rated R. September 16th in LA, CNBC teams up with two-time NBA champion Kevin Durant and Boardroom for Game Plan, a high-powered event featuring NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman, Monumental Sports and Entertainment's Ted Leonsis, global superstar Travis Scott, and more, breaking down investing opportunities in the business of sports and entertainment. Register now at cnbcevents.com/gameplan.
Travel can be a nightmare. Luckily, you rented your car on Turo. Skip the rental counter with Turo. Rent just about any car, just about anywhere.
The Nissan Rogue takes hit after hit. Punished under immense pressure. And exposed to excessive wear. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. We put it through the worst, so you get its best.
Shares of Novo Nordisk are rising in the pre-market. The company announced the FDA has granted approval for its weight loss drug Wegovy to treat a serious metabolic disease affecting the liver. The Danish drug maker also out with news regarding Ozempic, and Angelica Peebles has some of the details for us on the phone. Angelica, what do we know?
Hey, David. Well, this morning, Novo is saying that they're going to start selling Ozempic directly to consumers. So this will expand its NovoCare platform that already carries weight loss shot Wegovy. Now, remember, this is a diabetes drug, and Ozempic will be available for $4.99 a month for people paying out of pocket for the drug. So, again, it's a little confusing, but Ozempic and Wegovy have the same active ingredient, but Wegovy is approved for weight loss, and Ozempic is approved for diabetes. So now you'll be able to get both. And Ozempic is better known than Wegovy, so this could be one way to reach people who are looking for that drug off-label. They might think it's the obesity drug, and they want that because it has the better name recognition. And Novo is also announcing that it's working with GoodRx to make that $4.99 cash price for Ozempic and Wegovy available at more than 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. So that's another expansion. And this is all just a part of Novo trying to fight back against the compounders who are selling those knockoff versions of semaglutide. And that's been weighing on Novo, and it played a big role in the company cutting its full-year sales forecast. So anything that Novo can do, really, to make this drug more affordable to people who are willing to pay out of pocket could help them claw back some of that share that they've been losing, guys.
So this could help sort of, I don't want to call it the casual user, but perhaps those people who are targeting some sort of family function a few months down, they want to lose weight for, and they're willing to spend $1,000 to lose some pounds. I wonder, what are the prices from Eli Lilly for its two weight loss drugs out there right now?
So they do also have, of course, their own discounted directly, and it's similarly priced, but these are both more expensive than the compounded versions, and I think that's what's interesting. So you're seeing around $500 or so for these legitimate selling knockoff versions, but still, you know, people might see them as versions of GLP-1s for like $200, $300 a month. And so even though the prices are coming down, it's about half the price of the list price that you would pay if your insurance company doesn't cover it and you have to pay out of pocket. It is less than that, but it's still more expensive than those compounded versions that you can find online.
Meantime, Angelica,
there we go. It's working now. Good morning, guys.
By some price hikes in Europe, is that right?
I have a funded. Yeah, I'm still working on the payout. Doc got like 4 payouts on trade already. It made over $2 grand.
In other countries now, they're saying that they're going to, try to be more aggressive in their negotiations.
Oh yeah, the eval. Nice. I got the end of day, so I'm still working on mine.
Where you have the president saying that he wants drug prices in the U.S. to come down, and in order to do that, you need to increase those prices overseas.
Got 9 minutes, boys. Thank you. Looks like it wants to pump on the 15 minutes, but on the 3 minutes is near the top, so hopefully we get a dip and rip. So
you mentioned Ozempic and Wegovy.
Close to the top, yeah. I'll show you.
In terms of what they're used for, and obviously different generations, different brand recognition. But to what degree is this market evolving?
Yeah, and other three stay in the park zone.
Generations of these drugs are maybe going to face a little more competition. I know we're getting oral versions.
The box still short, so I don't know.
Maybe the barriers to entry for actually having something in this category isn't as high as once thought.
You know, it's actually the big debate right
And
now.
there's no data today, too.
Lilly's oral drug. And remember, just a couple weeks ago, we got that data that largely disappointed investors. And now there's this reshaping. People are kind of going back and looking at their assumptions and saying, you know, maybe these two shots, maybe Zepbound and Wegovy are really the best we're going to get right now. Yes, there's a ton else in development. Lilly's oral is still going to play a big role. Nobody's disputing that, but the question is how much. And also the barriers to entry are going to be high because by the time that other companies come in with their drugs later this decade, you're going to have such a moat around Zepbound and Wegovy, especially because Medicare is going to soon start negotiating the price of Ozempic, which will then affect Wegovy, and then, you know, theoretically that will spill into the commercial market. So will you start to see the prices of those come down? And then the manufacturing cost is a really significant piece of this. So if you're a new competitor, how are you going to compete against Lilly and Novo? So there's so much in terms of a competitive dynamic here that people are paying attention to.
Oh my gosh, I mean, it's literally one of the most watched new product categories of recent years. Fascinating to witness. Angelica, thanks. We'll talk soon. Angelica Peebles. Take a look at the pre-market here as we get this Monday morning started. Squawk on the Streets. Back in just a moment. How's it going, Angela?
AT&T's internet works in minutes. It's so easy a baby could do it.
Reed?
Whose baby is that?
It's okay. Who? The baby.
In a college?
Why is there a baby in here? We're setting up the internet.
Oh, I got you.
It's just part of my job. No, it's
Nice.
not. Yes, it is. Hi, Nora.
How did he do?
It was fantastic. He helped set up our internet.
He sure knows these parts well.
You can move to San Diego. It's expensive. Yep.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can
It
access
is.
the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at Invesco.com.
Jeez.
Management begins and ends with you.
You can make 10 grand. I don't think that's enough to live in Cali. 10 grand's only 120K a year. You need to make at least 180 to live okay.
Experience as sophisticated as you
Yeah, 10 grand here is good, but 100K in California gets applied for Medicaid and Section 8 housing.
With a dream and a little help from Walmart. We make coffee that supports our community, and Walmart's played a big part. You know, most of what Walmart spends with the products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S. So we can invest back into our community.
Alright, 3 minutes looks like it's gonna drop. So it might drop at open. But 15 minutes still looks good for the long, so I'm gonna wait.
Streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to CNBC.com/plus now. Some of the semi names going to add to some pressure this morning on the NDX anyway. Intel's the biggest laggard, followed by MicroStrategy. We mentioned crypto a while ago. Palantir with some cautious commentary over the weekend. Actually, NVIDIA gets a slight price target up over at Morgan Stanley. They say NVIDIA's 12-month demand picture at least is pretty constructive, but we'll see how this affects the markets when we get.
Whoa, St. Pete, that's Clearwater, right? Yeah, my sister-in-law lived there. You know, Fish lived next to you. He lives Clearwater. Yeah, Fish lives right next to my sister-in-law.
For your phone. With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini. Here's another beauty tip.
Right, we got 3 minutes, boys. I'm staying flat.
The $7,500 federal tax credit for eligible electric vehicles is ending. Must take delivery by September 30th, 2025. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today. Oh, so you corporate types are rock stars.
Should I open a long, like a quick open? You tend to do one long and bag hole, right? Alright, I'll do it. I'll do it right now. No, my fund is. I'm $1 10 cents shy to be done for the day, motherfucker. No, I went long. I was trying to get enough $100 I can be done, so I got one more day. My second payout on that. I'll just blow with the second payout.
Order
Yeah.
filled. Order submitted. Order
Yeah,
filled.
I got it. I'm logging off that one. I'm done on MFU. One more day on MFU. Get my $600 payout. Yeah, I don't want to get more than 2 per account. You know what I mean? Yeah. Now let's work on some TPT. It looks like it's gonna drop. So, what we got? We got 1 minute. Yeah, I don't want to get stuck at open. Fuck that. Yeah, $100 a day for 5 days and just cash out. So if you only make $100 a day for 5 days, the most you can cash out is $400. Minimum is $250. So you want to make a little bit more.
Goldman's chief U.S. equity strategist David Costin has a note on earnings.
I don't want to blow after the first one. You blow it every time after the first payout, they'll send you an email saying, hey, you need to be careful. We're going to start banning you.
S&P companies representing 84% of market cap was reported. Of those companies, 60% have beaten consensus forecasts by more than the standard deviation of analyst estimates. That's the highest rate in March 25 years of data history outside of 09 and the COVID reopening. We were just talking about not just the beat, but the number of companies that are actually crushing the estimates. Yeah, the margin of
Oh, damn. I don't know, it might be fake. I don't know. I'm gonna wait. Yeah, they're killing the shorts for now.
it's restraining the overall
Oh, dang, that one, wow. Shit, I'm long. I know, the day I don't long at open, it goes up. The day I long, it don't. Oh, well. I'll wait for the bot to go long. Let's see if the bot's gonna go long or not. Bot would not go long yet. Double top is 827 on the 3 minutes.
But rather reassure markets that the Fed
Right.
is a strong arbiter of economic growth.
Exactly, and as I was saying earlier, if you just look at their overall framework, it kind of converges with all of the political pressure to cut rates in a sense, because they've already said 4.25 to 4.5, where the Fed funds rate is right now, is above long-term neutral. We're going to move toward neutral over time at some point. We don't need the economy to falter for that, but you do need some signal that
You
you're
still short Gambit?
sustained pass-through of inflation. I think he can reassert all those
Oh,
things
nice.
and say this is what we've been looking at all along, and we're staying to our mandate and our methods, and not make it seem as if it's a capitulation if, in fact, the Fed is moving toward a September rate cut at this point.
You
I
should
keep
have
saying,
longer.
too, I don't
Oh,
know
well.
that the economic stakes are terribly high.
No, he was short. That's why.
September.
He was, yeah, he was short like
It
810.
gets pushed out to the next meeting or something like that. I know that there's a camp out there, though, that believes that the labor market actually is at or worse than stall speed, and that the labor supply issues are weighing on overall growth, and you've done everything possible to kind of put businesses on a footing of not adding people until we have policy clarity. So I do get that. And also, the unemployment rate doesn't often really give you a real great warning far in advance of when things go south, right? It sort of
Tends to happen in a hurry.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of over the weekend looking at sentiment, definitely giving UMich a second look over the weekend where they asked Americans about their expectations for higher unemployment next
How you doing,
year.
Google? You doing
And
good?
that's the highest it's been since essentially the Great Recession.
That's right, which does rhyme with, that conference board measure of jobs hard to get versus jobs plentiful, which was sending up a little bit of a warning flare last report as well. So clearly the job market does not feel as generous as it has in recent years. I know a lot of these reports have kind of
Damn, how many accounts do you have?
muted hiring rates probably filters into that calculus.
That's sort of, and David, we've been talking about this for the last.
Jitty didn't touch a pro yet, so that's good.
That low turnover element of the job market has the danger of locking out not just the already unemployed, but new grads.
Yeah.
Where we know the unemployment rate is higher.
It is high, and of course, it has raised concerns and or at least
Why do you
questions
reset
about
when you have so many accounts?
in terms of entry-level jobs and the need for many companies in a diverse array of industries to hire quite as many entry-level positions. Interesting note today, by the way, on that, or actually the other day, August 17th, from Morgan Stanley, AI adoption and the future of work. I assume you guys have both sort of perused it. In terms of seeing a $920 billion in AI adoption benefits that can translate into as much as 13 to 16 trillion in long term. That's long-term market value creation for the S&P, but those are pretty big numbers.
They are. And that's maybe part of the answer to
Ooh, what a pump.
why the stock market has managed to sort of look on the bright side of things, frankly. Market, it loves when, companies are getting more productive, and it sort of rhymes with the 90s and all the rest of it. It's not great for the overall economy. Obviously, if it happens too fast, you have a consumption problem, and there's no way around, getting toward that. So, I do think that's been the give and take. And it's interesting, too, because the framing of the discussion around the market is so much about who would have thought the market would be this good, this long. I mean, Times, I still look at the print Sunday Times, right? Front page of the print Sunday Times. It was like, the average person would find it baffling that the stock market is at an all-time high. That was the lead. And it's kind of true. And that's why if you look at the retail investor surveys, they're not really that enthusiastic about the markets. I'm talking about older, more entrenched investors, not younger, hyperactive trading investors. And I think that's the framework we're dealing with right now. It feels as if there's too much that's in play and uncertain, and why would the market take the bright side? Part of the bright side is, you can raise your NVIDIA price target because earnings estimates have held up, and it's dominating the biggest thing going on in capitalism right now. And so we can feel some kind of comfort there.
Well, and the bright side, so to speak, if there is one, about
Yeah, I don't know what to do. Just chop right now. 3 minutes looks like it's gone up for a little bit, but it's near the top, so I'm just gonna wait.
To the likes of which we haven't seen. Now, that's also the pessimist side as well in terms of job losses. And, you know, we're going to discuss this. We're in the early days of obviously discussing the longer-term impact. So you take a look at Morgan Stanley on NVIDIA there of what AI really will mean to the job market and robotics, of course, and the rise of robotics. The optimists believe that with every technology change, yes, there's some dislocation, but ultimately more jobs are created. And of course, there are others who say it is going to be different this time. And different by meaning huge job losses.
In this instance, too, it seems like the way it's going, you're still going to have disproportionate benefits to scale to companies that really can invest. Or the rewards of basically being at the leading edge of investing in AI capacity.
So 8:35 is double top on my thing.
Very small company as a result of all the tools that will be available to you as a result of AI. Yeah, that you're not going to need an enormous workforce and some of the other things, and that you're simply going to be able to use any number of agents that will be available to you to reach scale at levels that were not thought of previously possible.
Yeah, the equivalent of bot accounts on social media that can accrue a following faster than a human can. But I'm not sure that's necessarily productive.
No, literally non-humans.
Yeah.
Personalities with things to say and voices and faces and music. We can go through all of that. So it kind of brings to mind a couple of movers. One is Meta.
Yeah.
One's Meta.
The information today saying that they're embarking on yet another AI restructuring. By the way, Meta is approaching a $2 trillion valuation, and we'll watch that. And then Adobe too. Speaking of the disruptive, Dan Ives, who has a basket of AI, that the Ives AI30, he takes Adobe out and puts CrowdStrike in. And we've talked about the vulnerabilities that software has.
We have, and it's specific to Adobe as well. Obviously, we have the IPO of Figma, a great success, which is a competitor there, and thought of as perhaps the AI competitor to some extent. And then we spoke earlier at the top of the show about the impact in terms of the software as a service companies and those.
Yeah, it's going to be 40% off until the end of the month because they can't lower it because of trade day. 40% off is still good, but the refund it was icing on the cake.
Deal. I mean, over $10 billion in market cap.
That's pretty
where
good.
At least the price is adjusted to based on this reporting. Not to mention about $1.5 billion in debt. This is the old Ceridian, if you want to remember that name, and it's way off its highs. Again, back to our earlier conversation of fall of 21. Like, you know,
Morning, bud. How you doing?
You can go back and take a look at the 5-year to see that. And the stock has gotten hit, along with many others, recently as well.
How long are you there? A couple of days only?
For what AI will mean for some of these companies, providing
Nice.
Equity is probably where, first of all,
Yeah, I made enough on my funded future, so I just got one more day for a payout.
For a specialist private equity firm as Thoma Bravo is, and you know, your bet is simply that the decline is slower than the market's pricing.
Just waiting for the bot to go long.
Dynamics are going to be there for a long period of time, and you know, it happened in mainframes. You know,
No, I can't hear anything.
You know, the older version of these industries. So
Yeah, I
maybe
can't even
that
hear
doesn't make
Google.
sense. I doubt it can rescue the entire sector. And I think the interesting question surrounds the mega caps. You know, the sales.
We're near the top. If we had 8:30 8:35, I might go for a short.
Huge sales forces, literally, out there trying to sell corporate clients constantly. Maybe those clients are looking for ways around it.
And to your point, Salesforce shares are down 17% in the last 3 months, while obviously we know what the rest of the market, or much of the market, has been doing.
Meantime, Tesla with a little news, we think, teasing a new car for its China lineup. Phil LeBeau joins us this morning with that. Good morning, Phil.
Good morning, Carl. This is coming to us from Reuters, which is citing a post on Weibo, the social media site in China, where Tesla has said, get ready for the Tesla Model YL coming soon. What is the YL? It
You
apparently
hear that,
will be
Gambit?
a 6-seat, long-wheel version
Tesla
of the
making a Model
Y,
YL 6-seater.
and that's important for a
It's
couple
in
reasons.
China,
One,
though.
we've talked
Yeah.
about how brutally competitive
I
the
think it's
Chinese
still going to be
market
small.
is.
If they're making a 6-seater on the Y, then the X is going to be dead.
In the month of July for Tesla in China, it needs fresh models as quickly as possible, and long-wheel
Yeah,
version
it doesn't
vehicles
look like it.
sell well in China. It is a popular.
But even with the
segment
Model
for a
X,
variety of
the
reasons. It used to be because you
6-seater,
could have a
it's still
chauffeur,
kind of
but
tight
it's
in the
just part of
back.
the culture over
So I don't know how the
there.
Y is
Long-wheel
going to be.
versions are important, so now they're going to come out with a Model YL, the L being for longer. And again, it's a 6-seat Model Y long-wheel version that will be sold in China.
Meantime, Phil, when I thought of you over the weekend when I saw these figures about the A330, is it the A320 on pace to outdo the 737 as the most delivered commercial airliner of all time. I know different business.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, but I think it's coming up later.
But we can switch gears. Not a surprise, given the fact. I mean, take a look at what's happened with 737.
Yeah, China's always get all the good stuff first.
They have been severely restricted, and as a result, you've got basically a six-year period here where very few.
Damn, was there news on that? That's huge. Good thing I didn't long.
And yes, COVID was kind of a weird period there for both Airbus
Wow.
and Boeing in terms of deliveries, but Airbus has been able to ramp up production.
Bot's short, so I don't want to go against the bot today.
737. We know about the issues with the MAX. By the way,
That was a good short if you did. I don't see anything.
basically 38 a month.
I just see a mood imbalance, but nothing else.
To increase that production and then increase deliveries. And as they increase deliveries, they expect to cut into the backlog, which has been growing.
Wow.
So it's not a huge surprise that eventually the A320 was going to
3
catch
minutes
up
too at the top, near the top, but not yet.
Overall deliveries.
Still talking about one of the best. I guess it's a pretty narrow race between NVIDIA and Boeing, Mike, for best down stock of the year.
Yeah, I'd have to look, but exactly.
Damn, but Q-Tip did hear the voice yesterday too. I don't know if you hear or not. Not yesterday, Friday.
It's just sort of confirmation of exactly what the earnings were going to be. I was just looking. The estimates for this year and next for NVIDIA haven't really budged in 8 months. So it's a different story now. Now it's more, we're solidifying our conviction about how this is going to go as opposed to the numbers are racing ahead because it's getting big so fast.
15 minutes still good for a long. I do want to go long.
Arguing that Palantir may be, I want to get the words right, might be the most overvalued firm of all time.
Let it drop more before we go long.
The filter of multi-$100 billion market cap firm. But based on the numbers of what the company has produced already and what you can see into the next couple of years.
Damn, Tilray's going up like crazy.
It's just a matter of, it's trading off of, I think, a lot of the atmospherics of where the company sits in terms of these large addressable markets, and it's gotten in with the U.S. and other governments, and it's a bit of a, it's a bit of a cult. I mean, the retail investor shareholder base is. They just believe they're going to figure it out.
It was private for so long.
Yeah.
I know so many investors, frankly, who owned it as a private company, saw it come public finally in that direct listing, hung on for a while, and were very happy to sell in the high 20s. And by the way, did incredibly well. And of course now sit there. But no one, I don't think, could really have known that we would see this kind of performance. I would go back again to the late 90s. Like Yahoo, I remember, perhaps trading at a fairly significant market cap and trading at a multiple on revenues that may have approached that or exceeded that of Palantir right now.
No doubt about it.
By the way, that may be also a cautious tale. So.
No, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. And besides it being private for so long, it was private with this massive mystique built around it. Both because
we know you long him, but
and then they were dealing
if
in
you
this,
long.
They basically are hearing things in the data nobody else is. You had the hype really built even before they came public.
But on that note, in catering to the defense market, which is growing quickly, there are many private companies.
3 minutes trying to turn down.
Significant valuations and a lot of activity going on
Can't tell yet.
Financings and the like, for them to continue to build capital to be able to produce whatever it may be, whether it's on the drone side or the intelligence side. This is a growing industry right now.
No doubt. We have many more buyers than we thought we did, just like 6 months ago. Europe.
Yeah, still after 15 minutes long. A lot more room on a 15 minutes.
Down one. Watch bonds. Not much today. We'll get NHB at the top of the hour, and then Bowman after lunch. But then tomorrow things start to heat up with Bowman again. The minutes, Waller on Wednesday, Bostic Thursday, and of course the main event Powell on Friday. Be right back.
Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Leave the 2025 Tiguan S for $299 a month. Limited inventory available.
What's best for everyone, it depends on it. Solving today's challenges while creating future opportunities. It takes balance. CLA, CPAs, consultants, and wealth advisors. We'll get you there.
You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend. Ride the wave. That's not how investing works. Wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing.
Ah, I should have long at 77 earlier.
At Avocado, luxury isn't just comfort. It's consciousness. It's craftsmanship. It's choosing better. Inspired by the beauty of our planet, we design for the dreamers. Every stitch, thoughtfully placed to elevate your sleep. Crafted for the way you rest. Made with the finest natural and organic materials. Sustainably sourced.
Nice shit.
Meticulously crafted. Because true luxury isn't just how it feels. It's how it's made. Discover our full line of luxury mattresses at avocadomattress.com.
Dear Dr. K, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. I was teased because of my teeth. I didn't like the person looking back at me in the mirror. I never thought I could afford dental implants. You and your team worked within my budget and helped me feel confident in the plan we made together. I love my new smile. Thank you.
Congratulations, Cynthia.
Introducing our new lifetime warranty on zirconia arches, only at Clear Choice. Call to schedule a free consultation.
Not yet.
Target, Walmart. Portfolio this week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
We've been talking UNH pretty much nonstop this month, up 24% for the month today. Today, B of A was at 290. They go to 325, although they keep it neutral. They say the Berkshire investment is a positive sign. Really only reaffirms the widely held by many that UNH's earnings are depressed, and if you take a 5-year view, you likely will do well. I'll watch that, whether or not it continues to benefit the Dow, which is now at 43. We're back in a minute.
After doing it all, a Lazy Boy recliner takes you from zero to lazy. Melting it all away with comfort that doesn't quit. Feel for yourself at Lazy Boy. Go zero to
Still no trade for me yet.
fully made for you. Lazy Boy. Long live the lazy.
Investing. You buy low, sell
Long
high,
looks good
jump on
though.
that trend. Ride the wave. That's not how investing works.
For me.
Play a game. This is grown-up business.
I did a lot of my trading pre-market.
Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
Dang, never mind. I'm not long. Maybe short's good. But I need to hurry up and switch to long.
Website's so fast they blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for goggins for their noggins.
We hit 55 or 58. I'll go long.
Your shipping manager left to find himself, leaving you lost.
Ooh.
You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. Sponsored jobs on Indeed are 2.5 times faster to first hire.
Kind of hard to trade.
Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Yeah. Kind of like after hours now.
streaming on Peacock.
Damn, never mind. I don't want a long anymore. Never get new low day.
TV for sports.
38. Holy shit.
Your devices. No matter when or where you are, they've gone.
Ooh, I do want a long, quick little one, maybe.
Submitted.
Go ahead. I'm trying to eval. I'm at 53 long. Gotta be some news. A lot of movement. Is there some news? No, no news. That's a good short, Parker. I'm not more wrong.
China is showcasing its own advances in robotics. Eunice Yoon is in Beijing, and she has a closer look for us.
What? What, you fast track?
Its first Olympic-style games for humanoid robots.
Oh no. It didn't blow, did it?
Robots playing soccer? Maybe not. China's first World Humanoid Robot Games is just the latest in a series of events and programs aimed at promoting humanoid robot technology. The Chinese government is
And Trader Bite, I always right click on everything and make sure everything's exit before I log off.
The 400-meter race. Is it just me or does that go tired?
Oh, that sucks.
Who programmed one of the future
See, I think on mobile you hit flatten R. It only does for one account, right? Oh, you want?
2050, he replies.
Oh.
Robots have stronger joints and core strength. He explains.
That's bad. The log should tell you. Since this morning at 7:53, so it's almost green now.
And Morgan Stanley says that it expects the Chinese government to push for a broader adoption of humanoid robots in the second half of this year.
Oh, you can't?
Citing larger orders by state-owned companies.
Try to open a ticket.
Yeah, Eunice, I mean, I think we're well aware here in this country of the ability of the Chinese to produce at scale. So I'm curious.
That sucks.
Where are they right now in terms of production of the robots? How much competition is there? Is there a leader or two leaders amongst the companies that are out there right now in China?
One of the leaders that emerged even at this game is a
Whoa.
company called Unitree. It's based in Hangzhou. It's got money.
So it went long all night.
And this company is seen as a serious competitor to Optimus from Tesla. The company had several golds. A lot of those robots that you saw were made by, or at least they were programmed by some of the other teams, as well as Unitree, and they were running. They got medals for the running. They also got medals for the football or the soccer. So
Dang, today you get to fund it too. Today's our 5th day.
At these games.
Eunice, a lot of discussion about the overall cost to design them, manufacture them, and then ultimately operate them on an hourly basis, and how that would compare.
Oh, you were that much over? Nice. You got it.
Yeah,
Yeah. All we need is 106, so you got it.
But as of right now, from the Chinese perspective, it seems as though that's not as massive a concern. The state media has been saying that there's an expectation that by 2029, China is going to be investing $10.4 billion in these.
It wants to dump, but
had said that
I don't want to short
think
yet.
that by 2050, China is going to have about 300 million humanoid robots in use, comparing that to the US's 78 million. So a lot of money and expectation that there's going to be investment in this sector.
I'll go down.
Mainly because the government's directive
3 minutes.
is to push
I'm not
these
sure
humanoid
now
robots
what
and to have
QT is.
class, they say, a force of humanoid robots by 2027.
Real quick, Eunice, battery technology also important here, given, again, China certainly is a formidable player when it comes to batteries overall.
Yeah, that's right. And in fact, a lot of the cooperation is with these robotics companies is with the names that you're probably familiar with, TAKL, BYD. These are some of the companies that have been supplying the batteries for EVs. And so there's been a lot of discussion about the importance of China maintaining
To the
that supply
downside,
chain.
it's gonna dip.
Pretty fascinating.
We have housing data coming out in 3 minutes. Let me cancel my short
Order canceled.
just in case. Some housing data. I don't think it's big.
We were up briefly, Dow's now down 30, kind of a mixed bag of sectors as well, with utilities, industrials, and IT doing some of the lifting this morning. Be right back.
It's amazing when AI can take complexity and give your team clarity. CDW makes that happen. By simplifying your workflows with Microsoft solutions and services, scalable AI allows users to analyze massive amounts of data, identify trends, and quickly summarize reports. So valuable insights are easier to spot. Make
Ooh, that drop. There you go, bot screen. There's your 49. What? Oh shit. Something went long on my thing. Oops. I didn't cancel this one. There, I'm out. Wow, what a dip.
Structured settlement or annuity, JG Wentworth can help you get a lump sum of cash now in exchange for some or all of your future payments.
Nice.
JG Wentworth has helped individuals get over $290 million in the past year alone. So why live month to month in these uncertain economic times? Call JG Wentworth today at 877-CASH-NOW and get the cash you need now from your structured settlement. Call
Order
now.
filled.
Right along on this
Orders
one.
submitted.
Retirement? This week, Dave. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring wealth isn't a guarantee.
Order
It's a
filled.
goal. It's
There we
easy
go.
when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement
Order
Survival
submitted.
Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you
I forgot
through the
about that.
market's
Let
ups
me
Order
cancel.
canceled.
and give you the confidence you need to reach out.
It's behind the dip.
And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
See if your dream retirement is on track.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up. Public is the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. It's a simple way to help me keep more of what I earn.
Never miss a moment.
U.S. businesses have borne most of the tariff costs so far because it takes time to negotiate lower import prices or to pass price increases along to consumers.
I think they will ultimately cut in September. The only thing that could derail it
That
is
45
you got
is a bit long.
surprise in the job report early September. I don't expect that.
One of the reasons why this great investment environment, there's a lot of news flow that allows you to take advantage of
3 minutes and 15 minutes has a bearish squeeze, so it might dip.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Kingston here with Leslie Picker, David Faber here at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Sarah Eisen is off today. Markets calm before the storm as we await a bunch of Fed speak. Jackson Hole retail earnings later this week.
So,
Growth is actually slightly positive, even though we got some red numbers on the indices. 10-year 4.32, that's going to be almost a month-to-date high. Take you back to July 31st. Today, Ukraine's president goes to the White House following Friday's summit between the president and Russian President Putin. We'll talk to Michael O'Hanlon from Brookings today about what to expect from today's meeting. We'll also break down the news sending shares of Novo sharply higher in early trading today.
But first, breaking housing data just crossing. Diana Oleg has that for us. Diana.
Leslie, builder sentiment in the single-family
Are
housing
you green
market
now?
to 32 in August on the NAHB index. The street was looking for a 1 point.
No, you can't lock it up yet. You need. Oh, you need 150.
Now, the builders pointed to elevated mortgage rates, weak buyer traffic, and ongoing supply-side challenges. Mortgage rates, though, actually came down nearly a quarter point from the
Come
end
back,
of
Bill.
July to the
Good
first few
job.
weeks of August, but that clearly didn't help much. Now, of the index's three components, current sales conditions fell 1 point to 35. Sales expectations in the next 6 months was unchanged at 43. And buyer traffic
Were you
did
trading and
increase
taking
2
the boys
points,
to the bus stop?
but just at 22, so still the lowest of those three indices. Now, 37% of builders reported cutting prices in August. That's down from 38% in July, but it's been at 37 or 38 for the past 3 months. The average price reduction, 5% in August. It's the same it's been every month since last November. But the use of
job.
sales incentives was 66% in August, up from 62%
Give me
in July.
810. I'll
and that's
short
the
again.
highest percentage in the post-COVID period. So again, the builders relying on those incentives. Guys, back to you.
At 80? All right, I'll join you at 80.
Estimates were for a gain, and kind of what led to the gap there between expectations and the actual numbers you saw?
Mortgage rates. It's as simple as that. When you see mortgage rates come down, that's why when mortgage rates come down a little bit, you see the builder stocks go up, whatever the day, whatever the situation. So when you saw mortgage rates go down, I'm guessing all the analysts said, well, builder sentiment must go up. But the builders on the ground are really seeing who's coming in, who's putting money down,
Land
who's
data
really
didn't do
able
anything.
to afford these homes. And at the current rates, even a quarter point lower, they're just
Some
not
data
seeing
news
it.
just
So
came
that's
out.
probably what's behind the miss.
Yeah, makes a big difference there. Diana, thank you so much.
Yeah.
It could be a big
Homestead
week
should
for
be
stocks
bad.
with more earnings and Fed Chair Powell's speech at Jackson Hole. Let's bring in Keith Lerner, Truist Wealth Co-Chief Investment Officer, to discuss.
Like in my
let's
area,
start with
everybody's
Jackson
selling their
Hole,
houses.
because some out there are saying that could be potentially bearish for stocks, especially if Fed Chair Powell indicates to the market something a bit more hawkish than they may like to
Google.
see. What's your expectation for Jackson Hole? Do you
Ooh,
think it will be a
that
sell the
pump.
news event?
First, great to be with you. To your point, when you look at the Fed funds futures, we're pricing in about an 85% chance of a Fed rate cut in September. So the market wants to see a little bit of an inclination. Listen, I think he's
Apex
still going
20%
to
on
kind of
long.
hold things somewhat tight because we do
Yeah, I
have
don't
two
want to
inflation
short yet.
reports, and probably the most important report in my mind
Yeah,
is the
I
September
might
quarter.
short.
We're
I'm gonna short for a
to
little bit. See if I make
if
money.
the revisions that we saw were maybe somewhat overdone. But to your point, I
There you
think
go. Come on.
expectations are somewhat high, and you could get a little bit of a setback. But all in all, I don't think that's going to disrupt the underlying trend for the market, which is still higher. What I think could happen is really what you're seeing in like the small caps, the home builders, they're really banking on on that cut. So that's what I think you'll see
Premium
more of the
still
action.
looks like it's going
So
down.
if he were to kind of indicate that there 50 basis point cut in September is off the table, maybe something like 25
I'm
and then
short with the
reserve
bot. Let's
optionality
go.
for October and December. How do you
84.
think stocks would react?
Oh, 2 hours ago. Yeah. It went short at 7:53. It got like at most 15 points.
Yeah, we're looking for a little bit more of a dovish language, a little bit
They
of
shorted last night pretty
the
good at
balance
1
between
a.m.
inflation and employment has changed to let them at least have an insurance cut in September. And I think if he does do that, then maybe you'll see a little bit more of this rotation that we've seen the last few weeks continue. But big picture, for the S&P 500, I don't think cuts are crucial necessarily.
Order
Because
filled.
if you think about
Just
what's
got out my
driving that
short.
is tech, communications, and they have more focus on the secular growth story. And the market hasn't seen any rate cuts this year.
Order
The S&P is
submitted.
still up 10%.
Order filled.
The
Order
market is
submitted.
Still well below their former highs.
Yeah, I guess those 100 basis points we got last year beginning to feed their way into the system, Keith. We spent a lot of this morning talking
Order
about
filled.
stocks at all-time highs, Q2 earnings essentially crushing
I
it.
need 5 more thousand in this
and historic
PPT
lows
and I'll
going back to
pass.
the beginning of the century.
Order
Is
submitted.
Is that anywhere near an environment where you would have expected us to talk about rate cuts?
Yeah.
That historically, it's a fair point, and as you said, valuations are high, credit spreads are really well behaved, and you can look at that as complacency or the the market, has some confidence in the economy continue to be resilient. Because if you think about the last 5 years, we've gone through a lot of different shocks. We've gone through inflation shocks. We've gone through one of the fastest interest rate cycles or hiking cycles in history. We've gone through the terrorists, and each time these companies have come back more resilient. So I think it's a little bit of both. But I will say that just raises the bar for positive surprises as you go into some of this uncertainty. A lot of talk coming into August about seasonality being weak. September actually tends to be the weakest month of the year. So I think it may set up for just more the chop, which has become consensus. But I still think you have to give the underlying bull market trend the benefit of the doubt.
Sam.
And you say that
I have a short
AI
at
has been a bigger market driver
89.
than tariffs and the One Big Beautiful Bill Act
789.
has yet to really filter
But
its
don't
way
follow
through
me
the
though.
market. I'm curious how you square that with some of the cold water that's recently
No, you
been
blew?
poured
Oh my
on
gosh,
the
I'm
AI
sorry.
world, whether it's Sam Altman saying that AI is in a bubble right now, some questions surrounding GPT-5, the questions surrounding the technology that's coming out of China relative to that here in the U.S.
Sure. Well, there's always risk, and instead of looking at what people are saying, we're looking at what's actually happening. And what's notable, and for the technology sector, it has the strongest earnings momentum in the market.
I've done it once when I had my phone open, but it's in my pocket and it took the trade on
It's
APEC.
moving higher. And then going back to the
So
bubble talk,
yeah.
over the last year,
So
the technology
if you were
sector's up about
trading
27%.
while walking
On
down,
a year-over-year basis,
Seattle
where you
stuff,
really get
so
more of a red light, where you get
and you leave your phone
90%,
open.
100% year over year. So we're not seeing that yet. Does that mean that things
Well,
are maybe
think
a
about it, it's only
little bit
$26, so it's not too bad.
consolidation? No. But our view is every bull market has a key theme. The key dominant theme of this bull market is still AI and technology. And until we see those earning trends actually shift, what we would recommend sticking with the underlying positive trend.
No, my short's
So
about to
given the
hit.
chop that you're expecting maybe in the next month or so, you still think the market ends higher in 2025. What are some of the key catalysts that propel it to the upside? Is it some of that fiscal policy, the AI trends that you believe to still be intact?
I think it's a little bit on the technology. The earnings come through again. After this earnings report, maybe we need a bit of a breather. I think the One Big Beautiful Bill is probably somewhat underappreciated. Some of that is front-end loaded, and you're actually seeing cash rates come down somewhat as far as tax rates and some incentives. And I think it's just simply some clarity, right? We got the clarity on the tax bill already. We know that we're not going to probably get extreme clarity on tariffs, but at least moving forward and companies being able to look to next year. We're also expecting a little bit of a bump up in economic growth from about
I almost hit my short.
to about 1.8.
Man, it hit my short at 89.
Trend for the markets, markets tend to follow earnings. As long as the economy moves forward, earnings move forward.
Did you get your short in?
Can move higher, but it's often 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
No, I was 1 point away from hitting my short too. Dang.
To the upside, but we still, as I mentioned, think the earning trends still have some support going forward.
All right, Keith. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
3 minute looks like it's still going to drop.
Big movers we're watching. Nvidia gets a price target bump over a canter to 240 from 200 ahead of earnings next week, which they do expect to be a strong beat and raise. Shares are up 65% from the April lows. Solar stocks in the green on better than feared guidance when it comes to the Trump administration's revamp and rollback of these certain green energy tax credits. And then shares of HR software company Dayforce surging on this report that Thoma Bravo is in talks to acquire the company and take it private in the coming weeks. It is the top performer by
We hit
far today.
55, not 55, 45 all along.
So we talked to Orlando about his interest in a lot of these big names.
They've been very active.
Actually, no, 741 all along.
Certainly to software, broadly speaking, companies. This would be a large deal, Leslie. I mean, well over $10 billion at this point when you include debt and enterprise value, perhaps where it is. Now, we didn't get, again, this is reporting of Bloomberg I'm looking at. I don't know if you've got anything separate, but I don't know anything on terms of price, but the market's taking its own guesses. So many of these stocks, by the way, well off their highs. I mean, this was a high back in fall of 21, but even more recently has suffered as a result of the concerns around what AI may do in terms of their business models.
Yeah, and Thoma Bravo's been able to capitalize that successfully and have been able to kind of buy companies in this cycle that have seen the rotation out of software. They come in as buyers. They've turned around the businesses and sold them at higher multiples. They're, kind of uniquely positioned in that way, and they continue that trend, and therefore that makes them, among the most active private equity firms, if not the most active in kind of that market cap level, and especially so in tech, which has been obviously struggling
the last few years.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye open. Again, the reporting has it perhaps in the next couple of weeks or as soon as.
How you doing,
It's
Gambit?
interesting as well to see the financing on these things. I mean, it's years ago that we first noted the preponderance of private credit in
Good.
funding these kinds of deals. But
You already
still
passed
interesting
the
to see perhaps whether
the
banks are
150
taking
eval,
back
right? Or
any
no?
market share when it comes to funding these things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Meantime,
Nice. So
we
you
did
have
have the upgraded
two
Salesforce on
two
Friday,
150
and part
Pro.
of that thesis,
Good.
the upgrade out of DA Davidson was about stock
Nice.
and whether or not you could get renewed pressure on the company to do less dilutive M&A.
I hope
or
Van
focus
didn't
on
blow his
margins,
shit
core growth,
last
that kind
night
of thing.
because
Yeah, I
he's
mean, they've
keeping
been caught up
longing.
in the same theme that we've been discussing here in terms of concern.
He did, but you
overall
know how
that
greedy he
AI
is. He'll
agents are
come
gonna
back
be able
in
to
late night
perhaps
and
replace
it
some of the
flushed
various
last
things,
night.
and or at least the
Like at
number
2
of
a.m.
views that
It
Jim has
dumped.
made this point at particular companies that are being sold and sold on a per seat basis. The
Yeah.
license for the software will decline as well. So it's kind of twofold. I think.
Yeah, one of the interesting themes we saw out of 13X
Well,
last
let's
week
chop.
was
I'm gonna
the
work on
big
this
growth firms, think
race with
D1, Tiger
$100
Global,
this quarter.
Co2, and so forth. A lot of them were rotating even further out of software. And we've seen that trend over the
Yeah,
last few quarters,
did you
rotating out
thumb
of
up on
software into more
the
of the AI
Discord giveaway?
infrastructure, semiconductor plays
It's like a
to get
cup.
more exposure
I'll,
there.
I'll, I'll, I'll link
It's
it
a
on
trend
the
that
chat.
continues, but one we saw in a pretty, severe force in Q2.
Yeah, Mike mentioned, we spoke also Morgan Stanley has an entire basket of just AI disrupted names with some pretty familiar tickers in there.
There we go.
Here's the roadmap for the rest of the hour. When we come back this morning, Ukraine's President Zelensky, along with European leaders, meeting at the White House today following Friday's Trump-Putin summit. We will talk about the prospect for peace with Michael O'Hanlon from Brookings.
Plus, should you follow Warren Buffett's latest bet on the home builders? We're going to
How
look
you
at
doing,
his
Google?
positioning that ahead of the key earnings report tomorrow in that industry.
And Novo Nordisk goes direct to consumer. Details on the news sending those shares higher in early trading. Swap
Did a
Oak Street is back
leprechaun
after this
today.
break.
Ooh.
Oh,
A dude? Duh. Straight up dude.
That is it's for the Greeks.
Internet.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100.
No, I meant
and
online.
making the world. Before investing carefully, we need to consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at Invesco.com.
Every dog is unique. That's why at the Farmer's Dog, we put your dog at the center of
No.
everything we do. With food that's freshly
Competition.
made, packed with nutrients, and pre-portioned. We're making
Such-
it easy for you to take care
You're
of
such a
your dog.
boomer.
I help people who see things they should do.
I'll wait 15 more minutes. I'll do the race. And it's just chop fest right now. Nothing to do.
Exclusive reporting and data.
Oh, so Trump's on at 1 Eastern? That's what. Yeah.
$1 trillion will pass to younger
Oh, he's trying to do
But today's wealthy
the
invest
peace treaty thing. If he gets it, it's gonna
stocks and
moon.
bonds, but also real estate. Fancy
Because my wife is saying that he's trying to get his Nobel Prize or something like Obama.
And special access to events at cnbc.com/insidewealth.
Call up or your phone with Verizon.
Really, he hasn't
everyone
done
gets a
shit
free
though.
phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini. Here's another beauty tip. Shh, let's keep this between us.
Again, he hasn't done shit. Biden hasn't done shit. They all suck. Except Obama. I like Obama.
Peace of mind. When you
I like Bush too. And I also like Clinton.
discover more at the Mazda summer sales event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs.
I always thought Monica was hot.
Exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
But let me get this thing set up. I'm gonna chop on a Monday.
Stakes meetings today at the White House. Ukraine's President Zelensky and a number of European Union leaders are set to meet with the
Oh, because
president
it's
this
waiting
afternoon. It comes
for
after the
yeah, it's
president
waiting on Trump.
and Russian President Putin's summit on Alaska on Friday. Joining us this morning is Michael O'Hanlon, Brookings Institution Foreign Policy
Yeah,
Program
about 2
Director
more
of
hours, I
Research.
think.
Michael, welcome back. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Good
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah,
The
3
Friday
hours.
meeting has been pretty well chewed over at this point, but I do
Really?
wonder what you expect today and whether the notion of land swaps is an area where Zelensky can even get close to this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think there are a lot of things to talk about today, and one of them is indeed whether Ukraine would be willing to talk about land swaps. Vladimir Putin wants to talk about land concessions. He hasn't offered any of what he holds back to Ukraine, any of what he's stolen, let's say, in the south. But he wants more in the east without even having to fight for it. And that's his terms of trade, so to speak. For President Zelensky, he has ruled out the idea of even doing the swaps, even if they're equitable in some sense, although of course none of it's equitable because all of it should be Ukrainian land. So I think one question would be, is the United States able to cajole President Zelensky into at least a de facto swap? It may not have to be something that could be legally blessed and Ukraine could still retain its claims to all the land in some future situation, but acknowledge that for now and forever, it's not going to fight to get that land back.
Don't
That would
pay
be
the
one big
bot.
topic for conversation.
Do you think European leaders would go there?
Yeah, I think they're pragmatic enough to know that Ukraine's not going to win back all of its land. And so if the only prescription here is that we, wait until Ukraine has liberated all 19% of its original land that Russia has stolen, that's a recipe for endless war,
Nice.
probably Ukrainian defeat. So I think
How many
the
more days
Europeans, they may
do
not
you
want
need
to
on that one?
they may prefer to just freeze the current front line. But if you're freezing the front line, you're already acknowledging that Russia's
Okay,
going to
not
hold
bad.
18% of pre-war Ukraine. So what difference does it make if you modify that line a little bit? So I would
Oh.
think the Europeans
So,
are pragmatic on
one
that
more day.
point. We'll have to see.
All right. Part of the criticism
But you
of
need 8
Friday's meeting
days.
is this notion of
The first payout's 8
negotiating a
days.
ceasefire, going to a broad peace agreement. People
Second
reading into
payout's
that
10
Putin is
days.
obviously hungry for less economic isolation and the prospect of investment and cooperation and world stage and all that. Do you think that
Who are
is
you
a
talking
reasonable
to?
discussion to be having right now?
Well, I think it is reasonable to have the concern that
Is that your
figure out a
mom?
way to play Trump and play for Tom. But I also think that President Trump is frustrated enough now with Vladimir Putin, at least most days of the week, maybe not last Friday, but most of the time, that he won't allow Putin to just
Your
drag
bit's
out
from the
talks
south.
indefinitely and escape any further economic pressure. So I'd like to see some discussion of that today as well, with the Western Europeans and Zelensky and Trump all agreeing that if there's no serious Russian engagement on negotiations in coming weeks, that sanctions should get tough early in the fall.
And you don't think sanctions getting tougher would preclude any type of peace? You think sanctions are kind of a likely scenario here?
Well, thank you for saying tougher. You're right. There are already plenty of tough sanctions, and we would be adding more. I think you have to put pressure on Putin. We've seen what happens when he feels like time is on his side militarily, economically, and politically. That's the way he felt all last year. And maybe he still feels that way,
I'm
but
gonna
with the
get
Russian
this
economy
race
sort of
set up.
stagnant at this point, I think we're going to have to increase the pressure. I mean, Russia's economy has sort of survived this war okay, and therefore the pressure, I would conclude, has not been adequate.
If this works out in a broad sense, do you think that prevents Russia from getting even closer to a would-be BRICS alignment with Modi and Xi, or is that a near-term concern?
Yeah.
Well, it's a great question,
That's Vietnamese.
because we in the United States have so
I'm about to
gotten
start
used
it.
to winning wars.
Panther, you're finally winning on the race. That's spicy. Yeah, I love pecans. Gambia, you're not even in there anymore. She ain't gonna win. Oh shit. 8 seconds. No way. No way. Nice. You won $50. I gotta do another one. Race again.
Western military personnel.
Oh damn. I'm short. Oops. I have a short 89. I forgot to cancel. Oh, that was smooth. Cat Dad moving up. Don't drop it, let me get out. I'm short of 89. Oh, contractor. Oh, hand might win. Nope. Yeah. This is the second race. You missed the first one already. Who is this? Amara. Nice. And didn't win. Okay, that music's too loud. What's good, Mara won? He actually donated to the super chat today.
We can install your windows without impacting that trim. You won't get this with most vinyl windows.
And you
Oh
offer
no.
a free window
Lucid?
and patio door diagnosis.
We do. We'll come to your home and assess your current windows, show you where you might be losing energy, and take measurements. Then we'll give you an
Ew, I'm so
exact
short.
price quote.
So you're not a high pressure company.
My background is in home remodeling as a carpenter. I've seen every window problem out there. So now
Yeah,
I
my
just
short
want
is
to help homeowners
down
make
a
their homes more
lot.
beautiful and comfortable with the right window.
And your patio doors are really gorgeous.
Bot might go long soon.
They're engineered to
Maybe
easily
next
open and
candle.
close for
Uh-oh.
years. And
I
with
might
multiple
exit out my
locking points on
short.
our patio doors, they provide even greater security.
So great to hear, Michael. Thank you.
Before August 31st, buy one window or door
Yikes.
and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off. Plus, get an additional $45 off each window and door with no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months. Call before August 31st to schedule your appointment. 1-800-918-0808. That's 1-800-918-0808.
The digital gold that is data has never been more important.
I know we're prepared. We've done the hard work. We're going to keep getting better to serve our clients.
Worldwide Exchange, weekdays 5 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
There was a report Berkshire Hathaway-owned railroad BNSF was looking into a takeover. Just got
We did 2 already, and we're gonna do another one later for the My Funded Futures giveaway. So you want to join that one? That one's good. It's free activation. It's trade of 8.
Welcome back. Shares of Novo Nordisk jumping this morning. You can see up almost.
Your mom staying with you?
On a number of headlines concerns that surround its weight loss and diabetes drugs. They're often the same.
Oh,
drug.
you on the
Angelica Peoples,
phone.
just got off the phone with Novo Nordisk executives and has some more details for us. Angelica.
Yeah, that's a busy morning for
That's
Novo.
good.
Let's start with the first. The FDA is
Your
approving
Vic's
Novo's
kinda
weight
long.
loss drug Wegovy for a liver condition, and this is the latest
say your
condition that
Vic's
the
kinda long.
GLP-1 is approved to treat. So Novo says that 1 in 3 people around the world who are overweight or obese have this condition. It's called
Ngong?
MASH.
You never
and
heard
it's
of that?
estimated the disease affects
No
5%
ngong.
of people
No
in the
ngong.
US
It's like,
alone. Now,
what do you
Novo's
call
been
it?
trying to
Fabi.
get Wegovy approved for other conditions beyond obesity.
You never
and
heard that
tries to
term.
get insurers to cover the drug since they've been reluctant to cover GLP-1s for weight loss
Ah,
alone. Now,
fuck
BMO
Bugs
analysts
Mom.
estimate that the MASH indication could add almost $2 billion in peak sales, and there's currently only one approved
816,
drug for MASH.
816.
So
I'm
Novo's
sure it's
executive medical
89.
director Jason
I'm gonna have
Webb
to
just
get out.
now
I just
telling
gotta
me
cut
that
it.
Wegovy treats the underlying metabolic drivers
Maybe
of
it'll
the
dip a
disease,
little bit.
and this latest approval just adds to the evidence that Wegovy can do more than simply helping people lose weight. Now, also this morning, Novo announcing that its diabetes drug Ozempic will be available for $4.99 a month for people paying for the drug out of pocket. The normal list price is around $1,000 a month. And Novo's already selling Wegovy on its NovoCare direct-to-consumer platform, so this is an expansion of that offering. Remember, Ozempic and Wegovy have the same active ingredient, but Wegovy's for weight loss and Ozempic is for diabetes, and so both drugs will now be available at $4.99 a month for people who want to pay out of pocket, guys.
Are the side effects the same for both, Angelica? Or are there different considerations that people need to have as it pertains to, now that they're paying the same out of pocket, different kind of aspects to which one to choose from?
Yeah, it's the same drug, the same exact one. The doses are a little bit different,
Yeah, you
but
can't-
it's the same drug for
You
both.
can't
And I
milk
think what's
them.
interesting here is that Novo has
Get small payout, but you have
that
over
the
like
coverage for Ozempic is
think
pretty good.
15
About
grand.
98% of people with diabetes
What's the
have
cap?
insurance coverage of this drug. But I think that Ozempic is more of a household name. People might know Ozempic,
Ooh,
but
I
not
might get out
Wegovy.
soon.
And so now they can go and get both, or you're online, you're Googling, looking for Ozempic, how do I get that? And then you go online and maybe you find this.
Oh
And
yeah,
that's
keep
one
dropping.
way as they try to compete, especially with those compounders. Remember, those are the companies that are selling the knockoff versions of GLP-1s for a much discounted price.
Oh
And so
shit,
that
I'm
could
out,
be
I'm
one
out,
way
I'm
to
out.
get
I'm
some of
out,
those
I'm
who
out.
otherwise go to
Gotta
get
get
a
some
compounded
time.
version.
Clearly an always evolving space. Thanks for breaking that down for us, Angelica.
Wow.
Time now for a CNBC News update. Bertha Coombs has that for us. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Leslie. Thousands of people are fleeing their homes in Gaza City in fear of an imminent Israeli ground offensive. A planned attack to seize control of the enclave's last standing urban center comes as protests
I
have
wouldn't do
ramped
that.
up in Israel, calling for a deal to end the fighting and free the remaining hostages being held in Gaza. Israel already holds 75% of Gaza. President Trump says he will sign an executive order targeting mail-in ballots and voting machines ahead of next year's midterm elections. In a Truth Social post today, he claimed the machines are, quote, highly inaccurate, expensive, and controversial. They have been the subject of
Well, that's getting faked out.
since the 2020 election over false claims that they were manipulated to steal the presidency from Trump.
Ooh.
And Hurricane
Yeah, I would've
Erin
got out.
re-intensified to a Category 4 storm late on Sunday.
Wow, that's a
Hurricane
nasty
Center
long
says
on the
the
bot.
hurricane will bring life-threatening surf and rip currents along the eastern seaboard this week. So that time of
It's
year.
a,
Back
it's
over
a
to you,
dude. It's a dude.
Thanks very much, Bertha Coombs. Meantime, retail earnings front and center this week. We will get the playbook.
1000%.
Target, Depot,
1000%.
and Walmart's are buys going into those results. Mortgage rates, you might have heard, hitting their lowest levels of the year, but will that actually help the home builders? We'll get the streets take in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, Van's up?
You can put aside your doubts and look to retirement with excitement. At Brighthouse Financial, we specialize in annuities and life insurance that help protect what you've earned and ensure it lasts. Brighthouse Financial, build for what's ahead.
Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 400 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are
Yeah,
calling
I'm gonna
this
long on
secret US
next
gold
dips
coin
and
discovery
bot
a once-in-a-lifetime
long.
opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard.
I'm just gonna long now.
Order submitted.
Let's go. Long at 77.
Lady Liberty. with an Indian war headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. Call 1-888-870-6353. Call now when you receive a free bonus over a $55 value. Call 1-888-870-6353 to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
Don't smile. Cover your mouth. Just get through it. It's fine. That's not. Hide it. Fix it. Just look at it.
I want this to be the last time.
Oh, he blew his account. I told you, Gambit.
Choice dental implants.
I told you he would wake up and just, oh my god. Dude, he has a $2,000 payout.
She feels this cramp.
Why would you do that on a 25K too? That's huge payout for 25K.
Just step in, no bending down.
Even 1,000 payout is still good.
Just slipping.
That's just greed. See what I tell you, Gambit? Those kind of shit makes you go MIA.
September 30th, 2025. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
Sarah Benzino.
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body LLC?
We actually sold the twins naming rights.
You know, like Canadian outfit. Kids are so expensive these days.
Yeah. 1K is a lot. 1K is a lot for 25K account.
Or we can look at some
I
investment.
thought so too. Let's see. You can search that.
Home builders sentiment pulling back in August as
Yeah,
elevated mortgage
1,700.
rates, weak buyer traffic, ongoing supply side challenges all weighing on the market. This comes as Warren Buffett's Berkshire
It was up
Hathaway increased its exposure to the
28,200
sector
last
week.
night.
Dividend shares of Lennar and initiated a stake as well in DR Horton. Wedbush analyst Jay McCandless joins us now. He's got his outlook for the sector. We also got some sentiment numbers at the top of the hour, Jay. Despite what was a fall in mortgage rates, things don't seem to be getting much better. What's your take?
Thanks for having me on. I think the one good data point about the confidence numbers is that the traffic sub-index actually showed an increase from July to August. That's the first increase we've seen in a while. And if that's a sign of better things to come, I think that's one of the big things the builders have needed this year is more traffic coming out to the neighborhood. So any incremental help we can get for the group right now, we'll take it.
No, he didn't. He woke up at 3 and wanted to trade more, and he went long and it flushed.
Seen more of an impact in terms of the stocks?
Yeah, I think so. And
That's a lot. It's almost $2,000.
what's worked, I think, this year is that the move up.
Yeah, on the 25K.
Still very willing to come out, but it's been for more the entry level, the DR Hortons of the world and Meritage. They've had a tough time of it. They've had to buy down mortgage rates, find other incentives, find ways to get traffic into the neighborhood. I think if we can see the headline mortgage rate come down, it's sitting at 6.5 now. If we can see that move to the low 6s, high 5s, that would certainly get people back in the neighborhoods.
Yeah, but to your point, those discretionary buyers, so to speak, I mean, they're going to be on
What'd
the
you say?
sidelines for the foreseeable future, in your opinion?
Really?
Say
That's
that
good.
you have to think so until, the other thing that's been an issue this year is not only the headline.
Yeah, I want to go
affordability,
back
but I
next
think
year.
Confidence, consumer confidence has been softer this year than it has been in years previous. And I think this is really the first time since the GFC where buyer
Can you
confidence
read or
and
no?
consumer confidence has been such a headwind. If we can get any help on that.
No, I can't read at all.
and the builders have
I can
called
speak,
us
but I
out
can't
numbers
read.
and earnings calls. If we can get a change on that front, that's going to help in addition to
No.
any help we get on rates.
Do you think Berkshire disclosing its kind of
Well,
mystery
there's only-
stocks that it
There's
acquired
only
in the
2
first
menus for
quarter
that
as
they
being
can
Lennar and
consume.
DR
That's it.
helps that sentiment shift in any way? Does it signal anything to investors about the potential opportunity with this
Oh,
group of
Bancel.
stocks?
That's only 3 that I know.
Yeah, we don't cover Berkshire, but certainly keep a close eye on it because they In addition to those buys, they already own.
And
the
Vanny
largest
get on
manufactured housing
voice so we can cuss
company in
him
the
out.
country. They own a top 15 stick builder. They own USG. So Berkshire as an entity is, I think, very bullish on housing long term. So yeah, them making the acquisitions of Portland and Lennar, I think it's just another signal that Buffett and his organization believe that there's a lot of promise ahead.
No,
for
you want to
housing.
reset the 25K. That's like 500. I don't think he should.
2 million and 5 million homes underbuilt in the U.S. And so I think Warren Buffett and Berkshire are trying to take advantage of that still large need that's out there.
If you want to try and find a home, you do often go to Zillow. I note that I think you have that ready to
Yeah.
buy. The stock has had a very strong year, up somewhat, almost 57%.
Yeah, 150 is good for you guys because
Why
you
does it
guys are
continue to be
fucking
something you think
crackhead.
is worth buying?
So I think a couple things.
Especially Van.
The software that Zillow sells to different realtors and realtor boards, et cetera. I think that's still a quiet part of the story that people aren't paying attention to. I think that's why Zillow has been able to
Order
build faster than the
I went
underlying
long
real
at
estate market
70.
for roughly the last 5
Order
years.
submitted.
I
Order
think
filled.
I'm out. I'm just trying to match the bot.
nationally, we're running about 3.9 million homes this
Order
year,
submitted.
versus a normal quote unquote 5.5
I need to touch
million.
my pro.
5.5 to 6 million. So at some point, I think that will begin to turn. And I think that's people have been looking at this name in anticipation of that, but also the realization that an increasing number of software tools that Zillow's offering are the reason that potentially we think they're going to continue to outgrow the market.
Yeah, I mean those numbers you just cited, those are staggering in terms of where we typically are, where we've been for a while. I guess I'd just end by asking. I mean, when we have this conversation all the time, when do we get back to normal?
I think the lock-in effect is still very real. The confidence thing has been a different wrinkle this year. So I think if we can get help on one of those fronts, either confidence gets better, mortgage rates get back to high five. Either one of those, I think, could help us start that return to normal.
Yeah, a lot of pent-up demand. There's a lot of stories about it as well. People just being stuck. Jay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Retail results are going to kick off this week. We're going to get Depot, Target, Walmart, all out with earnings in the coming days. We've got Evercore stocks to watch and avoid ahead of a big week for that group. As we go to break, here's a mystery chart for you. Flat on the year ahead of results tonight.
Order
filled.
I'm long at 68.
Order submitted.
Oh.
15 years until I tried medication proven to curb alcohol cravings. That's why I founded Or Health, to help others drink less or quit. 3 out of 4 Or Health members drink less within 2 weeks. Text TV to 710-710 to learn more.
A lot of people need to replace their windows or patio doors, but they put it off because they think it'll be too expensive. Hi, I'm Ann Romer. I'm here with Michael Smith from Renewal by Anderson. You really work with the customers to find affordable solutions.
We do, Ann. We're the replacement window division of Anderson, one of the largest window
Even in
manufacturers.
Thailand, you can live that. Thailand, I live 3 months because apartments only. It's like really cheap. You can get a cheap one for like $200 to $300 a month.
Window and door installation method.
Our installers have installed thousands of windows.
Decent place, not Saigon though. That's kind of
Being custom
upscale.
built also means if you have any beautiful trim that you'd like to keep, we can install your windows without impacting that trim. You won't get this with most vinyl windows.
And you offer a free
Yeah, the
window
Chinese
and
are
patio
building
door
those for them. It's not really
We do.
Vietnamese.
We'll come to your home and assess your current windows, show you where you might be losing
Here's my
energy,
long
and
is
take
getting.
measurements. Then we'll
Pump
give
it
you
up.
an exact price quote.
High pressure company.
My background is in home remodeling as a carpenter. I've seen every window problem out there. So now I just want to help homeowners make their homes more beautiful and comfortable with the right window.
And your patio doors are really gorgeous.
They are. And they're engineered to easily open and close.
I didn't hear you. What was it?
And with multiple locking points on our patio doors, they provide even greater security.
No, most firm ban Vietnam.
August 31st, buy one
Yeah,
window or
because
door
bunch of
and get the
scammers.
next one 40% off. That's 40% off. Plus,
Yeah, like
get
the
an
Philippines are
additional
banned on
$35
part
off
firms.
each window and
Was it South Africa or North Africa? One of those Africa is banned mostly. Yeah, South
Call
Africa.
before August 31st to schedule your appointment.
India, it's been like a couple firms starting to ban India now too. So
0808.
Soon you get only get the tier 1 countries to trade prop firms. Yeah, you're doing good on Apex. Keep milking them.
Order filled. Food plans give dogs good health and order submitted.
That's okay. You can still flip. I just got out.
Very simple. These are stocks with good fundamentals, a great story, and technically they're in the process of rising.
Alright, I need to work on my pro.
Cost of living
Get
goes
these
up every
evals.
year. The purchasing power of the dollar goes down. Assuming we're all going to
Let me
be
do an
here for a
eval.
very long time, we're going to need more money. Stock market is how that happens.
Join Pro for exclusive access to Josh Brown's best stocks in the market.
And you short that many NQ?
Best stocks.
It must be under 300k.
Retail is dominating the earnings story this week with Home Depot, Lowe's, Walmart, and Target all
Order
reporting
filled.
in the Joining us this morning
Don't pay the bot.
is Greg Millich, who has some thoughts on at least some of them today. Greg, good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Carl, great to be here.
The Target's a really interesting
Come on,
debate.
baby.
We had a downgrade on
Pump it,
Friday to
pump it.
sell, but
Order
today you
filled.
tactical outperform. Can you
Yeah,
talk
bot's
about
long. Bot got caught. on
Order
that pump.
submitted.
We just think that it
I'm
needs to
long
be
at
pretty
68
negative for
now.
the stock to go down this week. The stock has underperformed massively this year, down over 20%. The company just lowered its guidance for the full year back in May. And while we think sales are running negative, maybe 2 or 3% in the quarter
Okay,
and in the
can you
summer,
pump now?
I don't think it's enough for them to lower their guidance again. So we just think it's more likely to go up
I'll be
and
back.
down when they report earnings on Wednesday.
Right. In general, do you think we're going to get enough color on inventory management that we'll get a sense of how where the inflation pass-through is coming through on tariffs?
How we can pump it.
We're in this middle of what we think is a real air pocket, right? So the
There we go. You
tariffs
still in?
flowing through into inventory and then into final average unit retail
I'll stay
volumes and
until we
prices.
break below
This
53
price
probably.
elasticity equation that we're going through as a whole consumer society right now. So I don't think we're there yet. We need to see all of that to school to find out how clean inventories are or aren't. And frankly, the winning retailers are the ones that get it right, that realize, all right, if the price is going up 10% here, the units need to come down 5 to 10% as well.
What's your general take on Walmart going into their plan?
We like Walmart. So Walmart and Home Depot are both in our top 5 portfolio.
Come on, you pump. Let's go.
We do like and is our top names. We think Walmart had a perfectly good second quarter. We think they'll remain relatively conservative and try not to flow
Oh
too much of that
no.
through into their full year
Not this
guidance.
dump.
And we think what Walmart is really doing is they're driving it with traffic growth, and they're doing it with a new middle and higher income
Order
consumer that's
submitted.
shopping them more often and more frequently. That Walmart
I'm not liking this long now in the 3 minutes.
18 million households.
15 minutes still good. That's what upside.
Year coming from higher income households. I think that's really where Walmart's winning.
It's red
The
now.
changing immigration picture impacts these retailers'
I'm stuck in a
ability to
long.
attract a labor force, ability to retain a labor force, and just overall wages that
Order
they're paying
filled.
people.
Freaking bot,
A
man.
lot of wage inflation in
Order
retail over the
submitted.
last few years. That has come down, so it's
Yeah,
probably now 3 to 4%.
not good on the bot.
I would say, regardless of how the immigration side plays out, the fact of the matter is retailers need to hire good people, and they want to keep those people, especially those that are the most productive. And so I don't see a whole lot of deceleration in that wage inflation in retail. We're hearing that they are able to get people still and get the people they need into this year. So we haven't heard that as a real problem.
We just had a discussion about the home
Ooh,
builders.
we might get a new low
When it
day.
comes
Let's
to
see if the
home
bot's gonna go
improvement,
short or not.
I mean, we always kind of talk about Lowe's as the bridesmaids at Depot, but in fact, you do have a hold on Lowe's and a buy on Depot, right?
It might.
Yes, we do. And the main reason for that is we think Home Depot, with their exposure to Pro, which is over half their sales, Lowe's is under 30%.
It might go
We do
short.
think that the consumer is cautious, but they are willing to do stuff that needs to be done on their homes. We have an aging housing fleet, as we just heard from your
What are you
prior
long
guest,
at?
and at the end of the day, it does need to be maintained and fixed. And so after a 2.5, 3-year downturn in home improvement, we do think home improvement is getting better. Not
Are you on
massively,
NQ?
there's no big recovery here, but we do think there's some modest improvement to slight growth.
Okay, good.
And Home Depot, we think, is the better way to play.
If we see declining mortgage rates,
Ooh.
does that usually coincide with HELOC rates as well? In other words, is there any kind of correlation between people's willingness to do the
Average
home
down like at
improvement
700.
versus just buy a different home depending on where those rates
It was MNQ. Average down. That's like 710 or something.
Predict what home improvement demand will be in 6 months is muddled around at just positive 1%. 30-year mortgage rates we find are actually more important than shorter-term HELOC rates in terms of our indicator. That said, for remodels, which are specifically about maybe 25-30%.
Damn, look at this drop. Wow, new low day.
So the bottom line is if we get a couple Fed rate cuts, we do think that could help the HELOC market a little more than it would necessarily help the mortgage market.
Order submitted.
Maintaining the house we already have, not building them. So getting some short-term reduction, any reduction rates would be good, but I think in the short term could end up helping us a little bit more than people think.
Order
filled. The pain and specialty, I mean, I guess pain is the wrong word, but certainly pressure on the TPR.
Yeah, Bot's gonna go short. I mean, Bot's getting chopped out. It's gonna go short next candle.
Spent a lot of time on Lulu's valuation. You think that says something about names that we might get this week that maybe aren't as specialty but still get close?
It's a great question.
On an average down on like 695 a month.
Order submitted.
A home improvement market
Yeah, that's not good.
or a grocery market of 1 trillion
Yeah.
very separately.
Brutal.
Maybe 150 billion. And I think what we're going to learn this week is how different parts of consumer retail have been able to handle the tariff pressures and get through them. And I would say home improvement is on the better side.
Was that your funded or eval?
We do like some names there again. Home
Oh,
Depot, our
nice.
favorite. We also like Sherwin-Williams because you want that pricing power. To the extent that you can't mitigate tariffs, you want to be able to pass through a need-based product, and we think Home Depot can do that. So
And
I
Bot
would be
went
careful
short
about
at
taking
lower
any
day.
one specialty retailer and ascribing that to the rest of them because it
Yeah.
is very category.
Bot's getting no, that's too many alerts already.
There's definitely a ladder on the pricing power, as you said. It's going to be a fascinating week. One of our favorite parts of earnings season, Greg. Good to talk to you. Thanks. Greg Mellis over at
Yeah, we have 5 alerts within 3 hours. That's too much.
What's got the street bullish heading into results tonight? We'll get to that after this. And later, Moody's chief economist Mark Zandi is out with a warning about a potential recession. He'll join us with the red flags he's seeing in the labor market. And check out Open Door, getting the meme treatment again to start the week, up at double digits. The company on Friday announcing a CEO transition. That stock up 14% right now. Stay with us.
Real-time exchange sector sword is sponsored by Sector Spider ETF.
Hot sauce. Me too.
Business advanced networking and security solutions help turn businesses into logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, poke bowl ordering, cyber securing, mobile access granting, data managing. Welcome to the worlding
Pump it.
businesses. Powering the engine of modern business. Comcast Business.
No application fee if you apply by September 3rd at University of Maryland Global Campus, offering online and hybrid courses and lifetime career services. Learn about our more than 135 degrees and certificates
might be
at
saved.
umgc.edu.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. 2 guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community, and Walmart's played a big part. You know, most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S. So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you grew a mighty fine American business.
September 16th, CNBC teams up with 2-time NBA champion Kevin Durant and Boardroom for Game Plan, exploring the business of sports, music, and entertainment. Register now at cnbcevents.com/gameplan.
$7,500 federal tax credit for eligible
to electric vehicles is ending. Must take delivery by September 30th, 2025. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today. If you know luxury, it's not just important money, it's rewarding. Sattva Mattresses supports all types of sleepers. Luxury is handcrafted and assembled in American factories and brought directly to you with our complimentary in-home delivery and setup service, which is why over 90% of customers would recommend Sattva to friends and family. Sattva, luxury mattresses made affordable.
Watchers of Meta this morning under some pressure following this report from The Information today that Meta is planning to restructure its AI efforts for the fourth time.
Got out on one of them.
Expected to divide its new AI unit, Superintelligence Labs, into 4 different groups. This price will take you back to August 1st, about the lows of the monthly bar, although it's still up 30% for the year to date.
Just a few hours from results out of Palo Alto Networks. Shares flat on the year. Christina Protsanopoulos is here. Scott, more on what we can expect when we get the print tonight. Christina.
Well, it's Q4 and 2025 results after the close, and Wall Street is expecting earnings of, throw out the numbers, 88 cents per share on revenues of $2.5 billion. But really, that's a 14% increase year over year. Despite underwhelming cyber earnings this quarter from competitors like Checkpoint and Fortinet, investors remain pretty positive.
Yes, I'm out. Did you get out? I got out green. Did you get out?
More positive play for.
Oh, you got it. I'm sorry. I'll shut up then.
As what Bank of America said, the premier cybersecurity asset by institutional funds. Second is the only real platform play in the sector, again, according to analysts. Third, AI is seen as a tailwind for Palo Alto versus a headwind for the broader software space, which we've seen some major weakness as of late. The long-term driver, though, is the $25 billion CyberArk
If it dumps again, I'm going to go long.
Near-term dilution.
I got out lucky. I was down a lot.
Entry into the identity security market. A space
Trump.
increasingly viewed
2
as
hours,
an AI
yeah.
beneficiary with the rise of agents. Investors are betting both on cost and revenue synergies from the strategic combination, but more so in the long term. However, there are still some concerns. KeyBank downgraded the stock post-acquisition, citing 4 main issues: limited synergies between identity and network security, customer preference for independent identity vendors, lack of a replacement cycle catalyst right now, and then just execution risk of such a massive integration that was just announced in July. Bottom line, the other big issue is that we've seen big earnings per share day moves consistently fading across the tech space this year, and the stock is down 9% since that CyberArk acquisition. So this earnings could serve as a clearing event that bulls are hoping for if management can articulate the synergies between both. But we have just seen across the board so many of these tech names really fade if they just happen to meet the bar or slightly, increase guidance. But it really, a lot of investors want this massive blowout with guidance to keep the stock going over the following days.
At what part of the cycle, Christina, are we at, do you think, in terms of AI CapEx taking share from some of these software names? How are enterprise companies spending money on software these days? Is that kind of part of the calculus as well?
100% is part of the calculus, but it's more so why you're seeing such weakness in the software realm. 2 major factors, like you said, anytime a large language model comes out that has reasoning in there, the big concern is that,
Hey, the My Funny Futures giveaway is live on YouTube. You want to get your raffle tickets.
They don't need to have all of these individual vendors. And so we could see consolidation in the space. I think
Gambit.
that is still in
You
the
hear me?
early innings.
Get your
But
tickets.
it's being felt, which is why you continuously see this sell-off. The other major thing is the rotation with chips. So every time you see chips, SMH, for example, versus the IGV or even versus hack, you see chips go up, IGV goes down. So there seems to be the one or the other with a lot of retail traders out there, even sell side too.
Christina, thank you. We'll be watching, obviously, after the close tonight for those, or today for those earnings. Let's also check out shares of CoreWeave, trying to rebound from last week's rout that followed its earnings and its lockup expiration as well. There had been a lot of concern, of course, about the expiration of the lockup, which occurred a day or 2 after its first quarterly earnings as a public company, I believe, Leslie. the reaction not perhaps quite as bad as had been thought, though, to be fair. The
Yo,
stock
what's
was
that? What? What?
before earnings, so obviously down significantly.
Oh,
on
I
a
gotta
percentage
find.
basis.
Let
The
me
highs
see
in the-
which
in the
one. I
high
don't know yet.
180s, but still one of the great performers of the recent companies that have gone public. This also raises the concern about
So
the
far,
Core
27,
Scientific
30
deal.
people
We
now.
reported on
So
that previously. A number of investors,
good luck.
in fact, one in particular, 2Cs, which has filed a proxy to oppose the deal.
Nah, we
don't
gotta
have
ban
vote yet,
Google.
a date on the vote yet for that transaction.
Yeah, an all-stock deal. So
Yeah.
I'm sure they were watching the IPO lockup very closely. Kind of a unique provision there coming as
We
you
don't
mentioned,
play that
2
shit,
trading
Google.
days following that earnings report. The earnings report disappointed the street, and then there was this concern that a lot of the early investors were sitting on significant paper gains. Would they all kind of rush to the exits at the same time, given what they saw from that earnings? And that wasn't necessarily the case. There were definitely some sizable
Google.
blocks. Around $2 billion, a little less than $2 billion worth of stock sold in that IPO lockup, but a lot of the investors who were able to sell chose not to. But this is going to be one to watch, say, in the next month and a half.
Are you green? You guys green?
Indeed. Meantime, the president meeting with Ukrainian
Yeah.
President Zelensky and other European leaders in Washington today. We'll talk to former White House insider
I'm
Mark
gonna
Short
dump. I'm
about his
gonna long.
expectations on a very even
The
take.
reason why I went long because the 15 minutes still looks good. And it still looks good right now. Yeah, like just the 3 minutes was on a trend down, but 15 minutes is at the upside.
Liquid 4 reactivates your natural gut rhythm overnight for relief that feels amazing. New Double
Oh,
Liquid Gel.
my funny feature, they don't give codes. I have to shoot them a message and they'll credit you the account. If you win, yeah.
Stevens, your company started in the kitchen.
Hello?
Now it has 3. Your team of
Did
5
you win Friday?
grew to an army of 5.
Oh yeah, you did.
To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market. Our data shows that this deal works. Interesting.
Very interesting.
Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. Stevens, insights that impact.
The digital gold that is data has never been more important.
I know we're prepared. We've done the hard work. We're going to keep getting better to serve our clients.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy looking logo. But GoDaddy Aero does, with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
Small
I
business
find which one
owners,
to raise.
you gotta stop doing what you're doing. Why?
Roblox?
Because bookkeeping sucks.
Yeah, that's a
You
lot.
should be doing it yourself. So go to zenju.com, and what you're gonna get there.
Oh,
is
they
a
did. I
trusted
paid for the whole
financial
year.
partner,
It's
so
like
you can do what you do
$24.
best. Run your business. Zenju.com.
What do you think of this Roblox?
Market's open. I'm planning my moves that I make throughout the day.
Want to do that one?
When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up, and that eats directly into your potential returns. I found that Public is really the only platform that
I don't know.
offers rebates on
My
your option
nephews,
trades,
their
which
mom said they
help
can't play
offset those
Roblox
costs.
anymore.
For me, when it comes to investing, timing is everything, and Public allows me to get a step ahead.
Oh.
When emergency strikes, first responders rely on the latest technology. That's why T-Mobile created T-Priority, built for the 5G era. Full T-Priority dynamically dedicates more capacity.
Yeah, this chop is killing everybody right now.
Sources to share insights,
Gotta size down so you don't
and all
blow
of
up.
the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Easter and streaming on CNBC Plus.
I know, those sales are so good. I'm a sucker for cheapies.
We think those were significant. We're not calling for a recession, but we do think.
Yeah, I think it's gonna chop until Trump comes on in 2 hours.
The labor market is really coming down.
Can't tell what to
That's
do.
going to be a concern for consumption, and so I think that's also what's affecting.
Alright, we got 14 minutes into the race.
I'm not so sure about pricing power among certain industries and certain sectors. Because
Gambit, you didn't send me $10 from last night.
when that happens, we
Where
do
my bet?
anticipate that the Fed will cut rates, and we think there'll be 5 cuts. 3 this year, 2 next year, starting in September. Market is
10 minutes
pricing
later.
25 basis points.
$1 per minute, man.
However, I would say that
You want to bet tonight?
inflation has kind of been a little bit stuck here.
Hold on, let's see
I'm
what
not so sure we
Pre-loan
might
is
see some
doing.
upside
What
from
what's ticker is
that,
this?
because I'm not so sure how many companies can continue to sort of maintain market share by not raising prices. So we might start to see some upward pricing, in which case that may make the Fed
Frostola.
hesitate again,
Oh
but
wow, it's
we're
already up
still on
8%.
track for a 5 cuts starting in September.
I can't follow
certainly gonna be
that. I don't know
an
anything
interesting
about
week.
it.
Sure, thank you. Good to see both of you.
Still to come this morning, the aftermath of the meeting with Putin, the president meeting with Zelensky today, and other European leaders in Washington. We'll go live outside the White House ahead of those talks next.
Plus, later this hour, Moody's chief economist Mark Zandi warning of an evaporating labor force, why he says that could spell recession risk.
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
At Public, the high-yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
Music up, doors off, shades on. This is how summer rolls.
Right now, during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, well-qualified lessees can lease a 2025 Jeep Wrangler Rubicon gas model for $411 a month. Hurry, this great offer ends September 7th.
Want to glow up?
Okay, I want to
For your
go
phone?
long.
With Verizon, everyone gets a
Let me
free
see.
phone on any plan.
Nope,
And now
not yet.
I have Google Gemini.
I'll put a
Here's
long
another
lower
baby
day.
tip.
What is lower day? 18, so there's 721.
Order submitted. Get in on this.
It's The Bear. All episodes now streaming on Hulu. Sponsored by State Farm. When chaos occurs, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The Nissan Rogue takes hit after hit. Punished under immense pressure. And exposed to excessive wear. Nissan, #1 in your vehicle quality. We put it through the worst, so you get its best.
It's short? Okay, I'll join you.
Order
I
submitted.
just want 57. That's good. I actually like this one. It's really cute. You in there? You're like first, second place, I think. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, that's Superman too. I just noticed that. Nice. Wait, this is Minecraft stuff, not Roblox. I see a panda on the bin. Luigi? I think so. OD. Oh, Gambit, you're actually not bottom anymore. You're close to it. He. Run, fatty, run. Who's Dustin? He's way up there. That's Robin. Oh shit, I think Dustin might win. Nope. Let's go. No, look at that. Wow. Nice. Congrats. I gotta. That is not. What a what a rush. Holy shit. Nice. Yeah. Turn this shit off. There you go.
And seeing any doctor who accepts Medicare patients.
It's spicy. He won last week. I'll get your email and stuff, and I'll email my funny future, and I'll keep you updated. Congrats, though. You're killing it. Winning all those freebies. I'm adding you to the ban list. You can't win anymore on YouTube. Sorry.
And updates it automatically. How easy is that? When emergency strikes, first responders rely on the latest technology. That's why T-Mobile created T-Priority, built for the 5G era. Full T-Priority dynamically dedicates more capacity for first responders. Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
What was the 9-hour, the Votorama? I called it a kabuki dance. Some people just have a lot to vote about before they finally vote.
Lockbox, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Crypto.com is America's premier crypto platform.
That wasn't a great smile.
Wish I could get implants. I wish I knew who to trust.
Not looking for another quick fix. I want a smile I know will last.
Clear Choice smiles are made to stand the test of time. They're built by dental implant experts, backed by 20 years of pioneering research and a lifetime warranty on premium arches.
I want a
Our smiles are
long.
built for life.
I want a long. I'm long.
Order submitted.
I need some money on the Pro.
1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the
Pop it. There you go. I got my $50.
experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian war headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. Call 1-888-870-6353. Call now when you receive a free bonus over a $55 value free with every order. Call 1-888-870-6353 to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coin.
What?
Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way. We make coffee that supports our community, and Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.? So we can invest back into our community. Walmart, huh? Who knew? Now you know, Jerry. And that is how you grew a mighty fine American business.
You can have whatever you want for a price. Latest trend? Sure. But don't expect it to last.
That's not how we do it.
At Marshall's, our buyers hustle 24/7, so you never have to compromise on quality or price.
I want to go long again.
Order
Order
filled. Order submitted.
We believe that everyone deserves the good stuff.
I make some good summer barbecue, but I can't match these two hearty barbecue triple stacks from Firehouse Subs. Brisket smoked low and slow, stacked high with turkey and ham, and that slaw crunch, get out of here. Take it from a real firefighter. You gotta try
Order
it.
filled.
Every second can have purpose. It can be more than just a moment in time. This is why Citizen created EcoDrive, powering our watches by any light, so they never need a battery. Because to help make every second count, we have to light the way.
That is so fucking cheap. Why is it $50? Did they give me some special promo that I don't know? Hold on. How? It's my first time promoting them. No, I don't get special deal like PW. Holy shit, it's $50. Oh, 1K reward. Oh. Oh, because he had the reward cap. Okay, that's why.
Stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching.
No, because he uses points too. That's why. I didn't know they have a point system. What is that?
What makes a Medicare supplement insurance plan, like an AARP Medicare supplement insurance plan from United Healthcare, a good choice for people on Medicare? It's smart for you to have now.
I'm 65.
And later on, for the future you.
I'm 70-ish.
It's really smart.
Hey, looking good. You made a great choice for us.
With this type of plan, see any.
Let me see if it's $50. I need to buy one for myself. How you get these points?
Future will have more freedom.
Your doctor. And when I needed a specialist, no referrals.
Let me go and try to buy one and see how much it is.
Any doctor anywhere in the U.S. Really smart to have when you travel.
When I visit this little cutie in Arizona, my plan goes with me. Grandkids! I can't wait.
Don't worry about surprise medical bills either. You'll know up front about how much
Hold on.
and knowing your expenses.
Oh, the payout cap per payout, right? Oh,
I can use our savings to do the
that's not bad.
I'm glad I don't have to shop.
Oh shit, that is cheap. Yeah. Hold on, I gotta take a screenshot of this. Holy shit, that's cheap.
With a licensed insurance agent or producer. They know a lot about what makes these
I gotta take a screenshot of this. Yeah.
Or just ask for this free guide. Benefits and rates in one place, so it's easy to compare.
I'll tag everybody. That is a good fucking deal.
Plans with the AARP name are the only Medicare supplement plans endorsed by AARP, meeting their high standards of service and quality. So give United Healthcare a call today and set yourself and your future self up with an AARP Medicare supplement plan from United Healthcare.
Wow, that's a good deal. I gotta buy one now. I wasn't gonna spend, but I gotta buy it. Oh my god, I gotta buy it.
From United Healthcare. Smart now, really smart later.
You see that, Gambit? It's it's Project X only. No, it's actually no, it's Tradeovate. Check on the platform sales. It's very cheap.
CBC has announced the date for our next big live event.
Come out, meet your favorite hosts, have some great in-person experiences, end the day with a dinner.
I didn't post a screenshot. My bad. Hold on.
The MFFU Live 25 will unite
Let me post a screenshot for you.
This year,
So you gotta pick 50K funding plus.
working on the moves. Be ready to tango. Visit msnbc.com/live25 to buy 4 tickets today.
Yeah,
What? No. Yeah.
Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Bye.
I never considered myself an alcoholic, but drinking affected my job and relationships.
I'm still here, Gambit. I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, I'm staying.
This is more than a mattress.
I haven't really traded
This
yet.
is the Grand Lux, where thoughtful luxury meets
I
the
got
art
the
of
screenshot updated, but it posted mega deal. This is such a good deal.
every stitch is crafted for unparalleled breathability and support. Sustainably sourced, meticulously crafted.
I'll check on it.
Conscious comfort, because luxury isn't just how it
It
feels.
should be simple. It's not that hard. It's not like
Experience the Grand Lux mattress by Avocado.
tough one to get payout.
She's been
Let me
there for
post
you
it first so
from
nobody
every
else can get the credit.
And
Let me see. I'll get the payout. Hold on. Ending ticks. Actually, let me buy one before they patched it up.
Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track. Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide.
I wasn't planning on buying anything,
13
but
retirement blunders to
oh well.
avoid and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477. Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your comfortable retirement kit. Call 1-800-759-4477. Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing bell overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC.
The Nissan Rogue takes hit after hit. Punished under immense pressure. And exposed to excessive wear. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. We put it through the worst, so you get its best.
Copy trading. We copy trading. That's why. You're not getting it, Gambit? Oh shit. Alright, I gotta go. Bye. I'll be back.
16 countries took part in China's first ever Olympic-style games for humanoid robots. Robots playing soccer? Maybe not. China's first humanoid robot games is just the latest in a series of events and programs aimed at promoting humanoid robot technology. The Chinese government is hosting this 3-day event where humanoid athletes show off their skills. In martial arts, the 400-meter race. Is it just me or does that guy look tired? And rounds in a soccer tournament. Guo Tong, who programmed one of the futuristic footballers, sees robots replacing his idol Ronaldo. 50-50, he replies. Robots have stronger joints and core strength, he explains.
Oh, it only works on a 50K. The 25K doesn't have it.
One of the narrowest of the year. Let's get to the judge.
That's not bad. Pay out every 5 days.
Breaking news. Thank you, Carl. Welcome to the halftime report. I'm Scott Wapner. You are looking at a live shot of the White House, where Ukraine's President Zelensky and other European leaders will be arriving for that critical meeting this afternoon with President Trump. We expect these leaders to start trickling in really any time now. We'll bring in our Eamon Jabbers. He's with us once again to set the scene, just like he was around the summit on Friday in Alaska. Tell us
The
what
president
we
should
should
be on
expect here,
soon.
Eamon, with the big moment that I think we're all looking forward to is the actual arrival of President Zelensky and what kind of greeting he gets from the president, given what happened 6 months ago, the last time he visited the White House.
Yeah, Scott, that's right. So a couple of thoughts. One is what you're looking at here is the south lawn of the White House. This is where we expect to see the European leaders arrive. We're told that French President Emmanuel Macron is already on the ground, landed at Dulles a short time ago, and is making his way here to the White House. So we should see that arrival, and you can see they're getting set with cameras, the honor guard, and the rest on the south lawn. European leaders will be arriving there at that red carpet. Here on the north side of the White House, we're going to see Volodymyr Zelensky. We're expecting his arrival at about 1 p.m. Eastern, so about an hour's time from now. We do expect the president to greet him at the West Wing entrance, so you'll see photos of that. So the Europeans are coming in. You see the press aides and camera folks getting ready there on the south lawn. They're going to have a lunch inside the White House before a bilateral meeting later in the afternoon. We do expect to see Zelensky and Trump together one-on-one in the White House as well. And one of the big questions of all this is how many of those European leaders will participate in that meeting, if any? Will they be all in the room? And there you see the list of European leaders who will be here in Washington. All of these folks have scrambled their schedules at very short notice, which really underscores the importance of this meeting today to them and to European security, Scott. So we'll wait and watch.
And, you know, when we remember what happened the last time, obviously, Eamon in the Oval Office, it was President Trump who told Zelensky he didn't have the cards. And in many ways, this is trying to show up with a full house, so to speak, some really notable face cards to prove that he, in fact, does have the support of leadership in the EU and that they believe that they have an important seat at this table now.
Yeah, clearly that's right. I mean, it was sort of Zelensky on his own the first time. Now it's Zelensky and company coming to the White House. The Europeans are worried that the United States will back away from its support from Ukraine, will try to push Ukraine into offering too many concessions, including territorial and other concessions. And they're hoping to craft some sort of security guarantee for the Ukrainians backed by Western and U.S. military power that would be enough for the Ukrainians to agree to stopping combat. That's going to be very tricky, though, because the Ukrainians are wary of the Russians using any kind of ceasefire or pause here, negotiated pause in hostilities, to sort of regroup and refresh and then push on in a year and a half time with another invasion. So if you're Ukraine, you know, you want some really ironclad guarantees. But on the other side of the fence is Russia. They've not wanted Ukraine in NATO at all. They don't want NATO encroaching their borders any further than they view it has. And so any kind of security guarantees that are NATO-like are going to be concerning to the Russian side. But this is a very tricky issue today.
You also get a sense that the president of the United States is growing a bit frustrated with the way that his meeting with Vladimir Putin was portrayed. You had the social media post from not that long ago, a couple hours, I think, in which you mentioned it earlier, where the president said, "I know what I'm doing." We can show that. You can speak to it, but also the way that meeting in Anchorage was framed. A headline in the Wall Street Journal, for example, over the weekend said, "Quote: Putin returns to Moscow with air of triumph after summit." That essentially he got
Yeah, but get at least one account, dude. You can't go wrong with $50, man.
He was put into the presidential.
The funding picks here, I'll link you. It's so cheap, dude. They have Tradeovate. They're legit. They'll pay us because the CEO and the manager actually like me.
For Vladimir Putin at home, he can show his domestic audience.
50K here. I'll give you. I'll DM you.
Circumstance, the ride in the limo, and everything else on U.S. soil. He didn't have to give up anything for that. And it didn't
5 days.
seem
Every
to
5
give
days
up
you get payout.
in the negotiations, the
So
president.
you go in there, you sign up, and you click the 50K Pro,
With Vladimir Putin saying we just didn't get there.
and then you put in the coupon here, and the screenshot should help you better.
So, Putin,
$50, you can't go wrong, dude. No activation, no DLL.
this meeting today, clearly the
Yeah, just follow that screenshot I just gave you.
to demonstrate physically their support for Zelensky in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And push President Trump as hard and maybe as gently as they can. And you get a sense from President Trump's social media post this morning. As
You mean what's the DL on it? The DD?
Sensitive he is to the criticism that he is hearing in the media of his meeting with Putin on Friday. He says, "I know what I'm doing." Those critics, he said, are stupid. Well, Zelensky
Those pros 50K, so you gotta 250, 2,500 to pass. Drawdown is 2,000, so it's normal. It's like TPT, yeah, and it's end of day. It's not trolling. It's end of day. Yeah, it's end of day. So it's good. Consistency is 40%. Yeah.
In terms of social media posts,
40% consist.
this morning was
No, consistency is 40%. It's a minimum 3-day pass. Yeah. And then 5 days for payout, so it's not bad.
So trying maybe to
I mean, for $50, you can't go wrong, dude. With free activation and stuff? Huh. Such a good deal.
Using that word strength several times. It's a word that Trump likes. He likes it when it's attributed to him. Zelensky saying American strength, President Trump's strength are going to be the key here in this negotiation. And so the question is, what does, and there you see the post from President Zelensky this morning saying President Trump has that strength, talking about peace through strength, and we have to do everything right to make peace happen. But it's the cost of the peace here that's at issue in these negotiations. Scott, what does Ukraine have to give up? What, if anything, does Russia have to give up? When you talk about the idea of land swaps, there's not that much land to swap, right? Ukraine doesn't control very much Russian territory at all. So if they're going to swap, it's just Ukraine giving away land that they've lost militarily through the course of 3 years of combat now. And that's not going to sit well with folks in Kyiv.
The security guarantees are obviously a key component of all of this, as you know, some of which the president has seemingly scoffed at in the past, the idea that he would be willing to do that. Now, there appeared to be somewhat of a breakthrough on that front over the weekend where the special envoy, Steve Witkoff, suggested that that was something that was potentially agreed to in Anchorage.
Yeah, he did suggest that that was one of the behind-the-scenes agreements that they were able to come to with Putin, that Putin would accept some sort of security guarantee.
Oh, they're streaming. I need to cut this off. Alright, guys, good luck. Come back tomorrow for a TPT giveaway. Bye.